Hey, what's up, everyone? Hello, and welcome to a brand new episode of Heliopsychosis podcast. This is your host, Vikka Draziv, guys. Welcome to the show. And yes, what an awesome topic we've got today: Flat Earth Theater. Wow, looks like an soap opera. Looks like a series, right? That is unfolding in front of us day by day, right? Is it natural? Is it scripted? Yeah, sounds like, looks like, right? Some kind of a chess, five-dimensional chess going on here about trying to control what the community doesn't think, right? That's what it looks like. So, yeah, guys, get your popcorn, wine, tea, spliff, whatever makes you comfortable, and let's enjoy today's episode. You guys have a link right pinned up there if you want to jump in and say hello. Anybody from the chat is absolutely welcome to give in their opinion or add something to the conversation. We'll love it. And yes, let's say hello to my good brother, Gene, all the way from New York. Gene, how are you?
Hey, bro. Doing good, man. How was your week?
Awesome, awesome. A lot of water, but yeah, we're still here.
Hey, say over here, April showers bring May flowers. So, yeah, I think spring could be fighting a little harder over here. It's been kind of chilly, dropped down to like 40 degrees. So, but not cold enough to, you know, sometimes it drops so bad that it kind of it throws a wrench in the spring because if it gets too cold, everything just kind of dies back, and the spring is kind of thwarted, which I've seen a few times. So it's I guess a little it's fair, I suppose, you know. But nah, man, good show, good topic, bro. I don't know where you got it from, but apparently, some strangeness has been kind of unfolding itself lately, and theater is really a good way to call it too. So now I'm interested to see where we go tonight, man. So yeah, welcome everybody. Good to see everybody back in the chat. Hi, hey guys, thanks for showing up and hanging out with us. Means a lot, you know. So it really is good to see everybody. If you could hit the thumb button, that'd be awesome. We had a lot of thumbs last week. That's always nice. You know, it helps the algorithms because they're working against us. You know, these podcasts are taking over mainstream television, sort of. You know, people are they're like, TV. They know what's coming. It's very predictable. It's been done over and over. There's bad copies of bad copies that were done over and over. So these podcasts are really making their way to the top, and I'm psyched to be here with you guys, and you guys are the ones helping us do that. So really, very appreciative and thankful and grateful that you are here with us. And these guys are our internet friends, man. I love you all. If you know, it doesn't matter if we never met. You guys are real people, and that's I appreciate it. So yeah, thank you very much, guys, and have a great show, everybody. Thanks, bro. Thanks, Vika.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Together, bro. It's the thing. Together, we are learning together. We are trying to understand what is going on. So, yeah, it's been a long time. It's not like this. Uh, our community here is just like, a couple of years old. And we've been together for a very long time, and we are seeing many things. And people, many can differentiate and see the difference in what has been happening, how the things are playing out. So, right, so we have to speak our mind, and our thoughts, and our what we feel and what we see, right, without any censorship of by our own self, right? This is what he's telling us to do. It's like almost like a Mandela effect has happened in the flirt community, right? So that's great. Yeah, awesome. We will see where we go from here. And let's say hello to our one other brother, calling from Israel, our good brother Sam. How are
Hey,
you?
how are you guys? How are you? What's going on? What's cooking?
Welcome, Sam. Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too, guys. What's going on?
Good,
What's up?
good. You tell, brother, how have you been?
I'm all right. I'm all right here. In Israel, it's Passover, so the house is upside down. We're cleaning all over the place, so it's like a lot of pressure. But it's okay. That's we're almost done, anyways. And investigating on flutters all the time, all the time. So I just was investigating on the tides now on the Urbano Monte map. Also, we figured out a couple of things we understood. Interesting, very interesting. We have to demystify all that stuff.
Happy Passover to you, Sam, and the family, bro.
It's all right. Everything okay? Great, thank you. My daughter is sleeping here. My wife is
Nice.
sleeping in the other room because I'm here making some noise. So
Cool.
yeah, everything okay. Everything is cool. Everything is it's great. Thank God. We're living.
Yeah, as long as you don't wake them up like getting excited and shouting. So yeah, all good, bro. So yeah, let's get started till we get our more people here. Let's get warmed up. I'm gonna play our song from DJ New Moon. Shout out to DJ New Moon. Awesome work, and everybody. There's a link right up there if you want to jump in and say whatever you think. So yeah, let's get it rolling.
Step by step, as we climb through the noise, we will rise, voices strong, we won't shy, love the light, let it drive. We are breaking chains. We are igniting flames. are made by God.
Wow, shout out to DJ New Moon. Yeah, DJ New Moon is awesome because it's like you have the true letters with electronics. It's a perfect mix. And yeah, Gene, you were mentioning just now in the chat about cats. Yeah, we all love cats. I had a lot of cats before, you know, living off grid. And right now, the two I have, out of the two I have one has given kittens, and I have 5 kittens more. So in total, right now, I have 7 cats. In a way,
Ah,
it's a,
that's cool, bro. They're all so different, you know. They got their own little personalities and ideas and the way they do things. It's just they really are a gift to us. I think they're their purr, the sound of the purr is actually, what is it, 20 or 30 hertz to 140 or 150, which science recognizes as a healing frequency for muscle, tissue, bone, all kinds of stuff. And you know, to me, that's a great evolution negator. You right? That debunks evolution. That one little thing right there, like, throws evolution out the door for me. So yeah, I just love cats.
oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, man. It's different energy, yeah,
Oh
absolutely.
yeah, magic, bro. They're magic.
Oh yeah, we are their slaves, right?
Yeah, really.
Oh yeah, the one which gave the kitten just like few months ago, like she just added herself to the family. So it's been like this for many years. So absolutely, shout out to One Big Pond saying good day to Wickaholics. Absolutely,
That's great. I
and
love
shout out
that.
to our oh yeah, and shout out to our brother Club 7 is right there. So you and me are both in the DJ New Moon video. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, guys, there's a link right up there if anybody wants to jump in and join the panel and add to the conversation. We love to have opinions from our amazing people who are right there sharing their amazing time with us. So, yeah, the topic of today, right? Flat Earth Theater. We all, thanks to Gene, like he pointed me out. If no, I was like, life gets sometime too much. So he pointed me out, and I just looked into it about this whole thing with Jiren and Patricia and some more people like trying to sue Mark Sargent. So and all that letter and all this stuff. And what does it look like, guys? What does this sounds like?
What are you talking
Yeah.
about? They're trying to sue Mark Sargent?
Yep.
Somebody's
Yep.
suing Mark. What's that now? Who's suing him? For what?
Well, from what I understand, how does this go? Let me think for a split second. Yeah. Mark Sargent received a letter from a lawyer representing Steer, Robinson, and I think it might have been Jiren, telling Mark that he needs to stop using their name and likeness in anything they've done in the past. They stop it now, or he's going to court over it. Letter of cease and desist.
That's
Like
bullshit. You can use his
defamation.
name.
Yeah, defamation or something like,
No way. That's not true. Because as long as you put your name on the internet, anybody can use it. If you don't want people to use your name, just get the fuck out of here. Just stay home. But if you put your name openly, like I'm going to use your name. If you put your name openly, it's no problem. If I lie about you, you can make lawsuit. But if you use people's name because they put a video on internet, there's nothing they can do. This is bullshit. This is a bunch
Yeah,
of shit.
but maybe that could be true for stuff in the past. But if he says it after that letter, there could be a different story.
No, why? Don't tell me what to do. Who are you to tell me what to do? Nobody
I'm
can.
not
No,
too
no.
sure, man. Lawyers don't send letters out for no reason.
Yeah, of course.
But
You know what?
unless the whole story is bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. That's maybe done to make you believe that there's a conflict between them, that they're not together in it. It's just like they're not agreeing together. It's also like possible. So fucking,
Yeah,
Hey,
well, that's the whole point of the show, bro. It's theater.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, what's
James?
up, Ira? How you doing?
All
Oh,
right,
good,
what's
man.
up,
Just had a
brother?
busy week. Trying to get some traps set, figuring it out. Yeah, it's an interesting week. That video is awesome. I love how they like freaking DJ New Moon figured out how to like throw y'all's heads on to turn you guys into superheroes. It's awesome. But yeah, man, I'm trying to figure out what we can do with all this, getting the balls moving. Gonna give the people the tea.
Yeah, we will, for sure we will get to the tea part. Like that was amazing. Last week was like we were like 5 hours almost here. We started with a very bad energy and vibration, and we finished on a really amazing vibration. So that was great. Yeah, things are progressing. For sure we'll get to that. We also wait if Vlad is gonna join us, and once he joins us, maybe we go into that. Till that, we are supposed to be speaking about what happened with this defamation thing by Jiren and Patricia and Robbie William against Mark Sargent, and Mark Sargent, so this all sounds and looks like legit or not. This is the question, because people might think, right, like Mark Sargent might be in trouble. Like Stephanie saying, I could care less about Sargent's trouble. Yeah, people have their own troubles, right? They have to manage, but uh, this is the thing. So is this real trouble, or it's just part of the series?
The question is, how come we know about this? It should be something private, If people receive a letter from a lawyer, I'm not going to just say that on internet. So how come do we know about this? That's first of all.
Same reason with Alex Jones stunt with that $1 billion getting sued thing.
Right.
Stuff like, yeah, man. Like, there's a double head fake. Like, here, like, go. Anybody can go on YouTube, type in Kobe Bryant double head fake 3-pointer game winning shot. He goes up, down, and then up, 3-pointer game winning shot. Point is this like that's the same thing we do in chess, and so we're doing the same thing, one piece at a time. And so yeah, I think if you're saying Patricia, I'm assuming it's Patricia Steer, and Eric DeBay's exposed her pretty well. It's like another person who tries to make it look cheesy, tries to make it look goofy, tries to make people look away from it, or gives people a false sense of security and keeps them feeling safe, thinking the world's a globe. So I mean, Rip.
How do you write Patricia in English? Like it's with a C at the end, like or T, C? Patricia with a C?
Yeah.
I'll put it in the chat for you.
Yeah, CIA at the end. CIA, right?
I didn't think of that.
Hysterical.
The name Patricia. And that would probably be her moniker name. Like, they have these like characters they play. And so it's a character, man. Like, and
you believe so too.
Her family, her grandfather started well, this is a story she's told, but her grandfather, like in the 50s or 60s, had a radio station. It was a little more common for regular people to have a radio station back then, or rent space and do their thing twice a week or whatever it was, have their own show, rent space on a radio platform. And that's how she got her feet in the business. So I don't know. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, and they're gonna keep a lot of people hypnotized with that. But I think, dude, I've got some good ideas, man. We start putting up. I'm gonna like the weather's starting to get nice here in Twin Cities. I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna sit by the lake a lot, give people free coffee, and then if they want to buy my pamphlet, sure. But if they want it for free, sure. But like, what's the pamphlet? It's like gonna be loaded with all of our films and shit. Just being like, dude, just watch all this stuff and then see me next week. Let's play some chess. Like, I'm so like over this whole like, the algorithm just pushing us under the water all the time. We're so censored. Like, I can go live on any of these apps and like no one will find out. There's like this is probably the best platform, like, these StreamYard things. This is probably the only way I can really talk to the public at this point. Like, Substack is kind of the main hub I've got now, because it's the only way you can authentically express yourself. Authenticity is important.
Oh yeah, brother. This is the thing. On any platform, they will try to push us down, and they
Yeah.
have preferences for some things, but for something they don't have, so they always push us down, right?
Right.
So the thing with all this drama dash theater is, how come these people have not seen this all these years coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Well,
because if he's saying he shouldn't tell it to the public, but he I think he did a whole show about that, like that these people are trying to sue him and they don't want even a defamation thing, right?
so
it's like,
again,
go ahead.
no, just to ask you again, like, how do we know that he received the letter from the lawyer? Who said that? Who exposed that information, and how, and why? You shouldn't. I would be like, I wouldn't. If I had a problem with another flat earther, I wouldn't spread it, because it's not good for the community. It shows division.
I heard it somewhere, and from what I think I remember, I'm not 100% sure. I thought Mark was talking about it on his show.
He was talking about it on his show. Well, of course, it had to come from him. So that makes sense. All right.
I mean, I just remember, back before I was totally disillusioned, like I'd say like 10 years ago and a few years of that, I remember seeing videos of him, and it would be like, Flat Earth Society pushed that upwards moving Earth thing, which is the most horrendous hypothesis I've ever heard. A horrendous, monstrous hypothesis. And I confronted one of those guys who's a main speaker for that. And I'm the only one in the chat that puts my first, middle, and last name in there. I'm like, well, if I'm gonna be a targeted individual anyways, I might as well own it. So, and so, like, the thing is like, they freak out when I just simply said, well, I stood a quarter on its side for 18 hours, like disproving your upwards moving Earth, that you're making 3-hour podcasts once a day. And that's what the Flat Earth Society was pushing. And if they had been pushing, like, well, not pushing, but just like simply aesthetically showing, oh, here's astronauts tripping on wires, well, let's talk about it. Here's having fun with it, making good content. Instead, what you were getting was Mark Sargent fondling this globe, like like it felt like he's like, yeah, like, but he's like, taking our position on it. And Eric Dubé talked about he was a guest on someone's radio show like a couple years back, and he was talking about, he's like, yeah, it's like, imagine finding out about the flat Earth like I did, and then spending all this time writing Flat Earth Conspiracy, which he put out in like, I don't know, 2011 or something, and then sure enough, less than 2 months later, a book called Flat Earth Clues comes out, and it's like, clues, like, we can measure this shit, dude. Like, it's not a clue, and I just think it's like, I have personal experience in my doubts for Flat Earth, because, you're just looking at the entry-level chess moves by some of this, and the idea seems to be to kind of like, you know, pivot people away from looking further into it. It's just like it's a buffer. It's like a barrier, and it's like if anybody had watched any of our stuff, like this shit's over in like a couple hours, man.
Yeah, but the curious thing is, right? Mark is speaking about it. He did a whole show about it. He's going on different channels and speaking about it and trying to explain. Right? It's like, right?
Mhm.
Why should? What is it?
He's just-
Another damage?
So this Patricia
Control.
Steer character is going to pretend to go
To-
back to the globe with Jiren. Is that what's going on?
So
So predictable.
that's what's not kosher in my eyes, because check it out. A guy like Sargent, okay, one of the veterans of Flat Earth, you know, started the first conference and everything.
Yeah.
You don't act like this if you like some kind of so-called leader, so-called big figure in a movement. That means that you have to make sure that you protect the movement, whatever happens. So it's not, there's something wrong with him into saying that he's having a lawsuit with other fellow flat earthers, you know, whatever, or, you know, it doesn't, he should keep that quiet. It's politics. You have to keep that quiet. You don't want to, you know, to expose that to, you know, not to hurt the community, to show that there are divisions and everything. So, okay, now you're saying that Patricia wants to, you know, join the globe with Jiren, but on their version, it's not that simple. They still are in the Flat Earth movement. So you see, it doesn't. There's something fishy there. It's not. I don't know.
I think it's
You know
simple.
what
I think
else,
the court
guys?
case is fake. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be a real court case. It could be someone dressed up like a judge, but you're going to
Yeah.
see like people green screening their hands out of the freaking something.
No,
we're going to find errors in it.
Even a true lawsuit, but a rigged one, you know, where everybody's agreeing before that. It's just like, you know, it's bullshit. I don't know.
Here's something else to consider. You know, Patricia Steer was big with Mark Sargent for I guess quite a few years earlier, and she disappeared for I don't know,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5 years or something.
Yeah.
And then just a year or two ago, she makes this big comeback, and now she bails the ship. So it's like, excuse me, why did she come back?
Well, that's a part of the psyop, like, you know, just to confuse people and attract our attention on them. So, you know, they want us to see what's going on with them, and also, you know, it's you know, we have to be, you know, be careful not to be.
Distrust. Yeah, guys. People have distrust in Jiren. The people have distrust in Austin, right? Dave Weiss is almost there, right? So who's left? Mark Sargent. Yeah. So why is he going in different panels and trying to explain and like trying to now be part of the community, right? They all did all the shit they always wanted to do, right? All their own gangs and the conference and right. So
For me,
how come
leading
now
back.
the rest of the community is like, oh, we are flat earthers, we are the community, we are
well,
right?
for me, they're
Why
dead.
like
For me,
that?
they're
Because
dead.
he always had. Go ahead.
I want to clarify. I think Dave Weiss like changed his mind about the TFE stuff, like mainly because of this show, probably. But like, I don't know if you guys have followed him since last time he appeared on here, but I mean, I've seen him online. He's like, yeah, no, these guys are right. Fucking TFE is
Yeah, but
fake.
how could he be wrong in the first place?
I mean, I was wrong.
His level of, you know.
I'll speak from experience, dude. I was wrong in the first place, dude.
You can.
Yeah,
You
man,
can
I
be
was
wrong.
on the fence for. I was
But
on the
not
Yeah,
fence
but I mean,
too, bro.
it's just we had
I
to
didn't want-
like David was asking, like, hey guys, like, give people time to watch this stuff. Most people have like jobs, like, and I was there too. I was like, yeah, and then I saw the creases, the 90-degree creases in this video. I'm like, okay, this is over, you know.
People like you and I can make that kind of mistakes, but a guy like him that does, you know, conferences and meetings every day, and he has like 1,000 videos and, you know, how to, you know,
Yeah, but
he's
show
still
things.
human.
And he cannot make that
he's
kind of
just a guy
mistakes.
like we are, you know.
He's still human, bro.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
Like, you know.
yes, but at that level, it has so many. It's just so much how to disprove flat Earth and to see scams and to see like fakery that he didn't see that. I don't understand. It's like, it's his job. It's his mission in life.
Well, it's like this. Like the mathematician He's a mathematical philosopher in the 1920s. Ludwig Wittgenstein wrote about the difference between an image and a photo, and a photo is an image, but an image is not necessarily a photo. And so it's like that was being talked about like 100 years ago in a book called Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. And that's kind of the point, is like I was also looking at this stuff, really trying to replay this stuff, being like, it's just we're trying to have an ego death here, but it's like there's also like the frustration that the plaza is so fragmented. There's not like a round table where people can objectively come up, like, let's come up there, somebody bring their chicken to the table, somebody else bring the video to the table, let's all look at the same thing together. There is not that, because social media is like, oh, follow me here and there and there and there and there and there and there. Like that's why it's like, I think that's what's going on. I think that's the frustration. I don't think, man, I'm telling you, dude, when the TFE stuff was first happening, it's like, even though there's all these comments and there's people right away saying it's fake, it's like, well, the comments were just saying it's fake. It's like, can you give me a list showing me it's fake? Like, I believe it's fake now. Dave Weiss believes it's fake now. Why? Because we watched more things, but it took us so long to find this footage, and we had to have someone put it in context at all. It's such as you guys, actually. And then, the thing is like, I think this stuff needs to be like condensed, because social media is so fragmented. So if anybody's listening and anybody really has a high passion about this stuff, what would help video editors put this in, like myself and Vikka and Gene, and like what would help us put this into context is if somebody would be like, here's a list of all these cool things about how we know TFE was fake. Maybe maybe 2 sentences, maybe a paragraph stating the case of the hypothesis or whatever, and the timestamp, so we just don't have to watch 800 hours of footage. And now we could just be like, click, click, drop. Thank you for showing us. And so right now,
we will for sure. We will get to it for sure. We will. We will get to
I'm
it slowly,
to
because we wanna see what is coming from their side too, right?
Yeah, and I know
before.
Yeah, I just want to say,
Before
it's like,
giving our part.
I know we'll be on it, but I was just saying, I'm speaking to anybody who's listening along with this. Obviously, like some of the guests in the comments section, like if you want to help us, here I'm describing exactly how to do it, and if anybody wants to compile that maybe into a PDF or short post, like, hey, Ira, here you go, man, like that would rule. That's all I'm I know you guys know what my
But the thing is, the problem was always, Ira, and everybody who's listening, is this, right? We were open and we wanted to believe, but we could sense the psyop and the fakery since the first time we heard the word final experiment, and the people who were involved and the people who were getting involved, right?
Yeah.
So we knew, even if they tried their best, it's gonna. It was. I think it was so easy, like how we debunk NASA, right? More easier than that, right? So yep. Go ahead, Sam.
No, just to tell you, because you said that David Weiss was saying that okay, we have to give those people some time and everything. Those are wise words, and I agree with them. But it's not what he did, because he took right away position by saying, yes, this is good, this is true. They went there and everything. He didn't say, I don't know if it's true or fake. He never really said that. He was already for that shit right away, enforcing that shit all the way. So he didn't give time to us. No,
I think he was friends with those guys. I think he was friends with a couple of those guys.
Well, again, so if he does that by what kind of representative is, because he has a responsibility. You cannot endorse something because body.
But I think it's fine for people to make mistakes.
Yes, for people, yes, but for leaders, no. For people at a certain level, you have less rights to fuck up, because when you fuck up, it's like the entire community that is affected. If I fuck up, I'm a small guy. I have like 500 people on my channel. Nobody knows me. But if a guy that the whole world knows him, if he fucks up, it's like a big fucking damage for the community. So he cannot fuck up. He cannot fuck up.
The thing is, he attacked us also.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
he
That's
was
what he
he
wanted.
was he was so blind to defend these clowns that he was attacking everybody, even here, right? So we were like, all right, Dave, like chill out, right? You have your way of seeing and debunking it, and we have our own way of, right? So that's why I was asking, no, right? What happened, Dave, with Jiren? And the same thing is going to happen with Austin. And the same thing I was saying about Mark Sargent, because he was also the one who was defending Jaron, right?
Mm.
And now what? He doesn't defend Austin because they all know that whole roundtable shit that we discussed that day. Also, I was saying it was just a show for the people to continue being in confusion, right? The final confusion, right? So this is what is going on. So for the series to continue till Will Duffy and all these guys come out with the part two. Our flat earth community also have a theater going on right now,
Mm.
right? As I was saying, Jaron is gone, Austin is gone, Mark Sargent is left from that gang, right? And everybody who's around there, right? Nobody's to be trusted.
Mm.
What's at stake here is big as huge. You have to be very careful, very careful.
And I think I just think that like yeah, it's I think people deserve time to be able to look at all this stuff. Just like
Of course,
I agree with you guys, but
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just saying like
of course, of course.
like it's also like even leaders can like admit you were wrong in some area. And I'm just saying like in recent time, he's like, holy shit, I was massively off with this. Like I like, and I'm like, I traded an email with him and I was just being like, hey, you're welcome to talk about this on my Substack, uncensored if you want, man. Like, you can come and you can say what you see now that the water is settled, and you can state whatever you want, man. I don't care what you say. Like, I'll give you the platform to say whatever. Like, I interviewed a guy this week from New Zealand. His name is Scott, a really great guy. But he had close to $1 million home, and he's an outspoken flat earther down there and stuff. The police came and took his home because some shady real estate deal had someone, they just stole his home that he raised his whole family in. And so I reached out to him because we met through Taylor Price and Corpus Hermeticum guys, that group. And I said, why don't you just come on my Substack and just tell your story? And so that's kind of what I'm trying to do for the public. And even anybody in this comments section, if you feel like you got a big story to tell, it's like, or you got something that nobody's listening to you and none of these gatekeeper podcasts want to let you speak or correct yourself or whatever, then, that's what my Substack's available for. So, people get in touch with me.
I would definitely love to have a conversation with you on there, bro. Just
Please.
because we're
That'd
brothers,
dude,
man.
Dude, 101, yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
tight. We could just rabbit hole. You could just show stuff. Like we could just go for it. Like
Okay, I'm
we
second
could
in
talk
line.
about the stuff that's beyond flat Earth. Like, cause I
Yeah.
like I think before I bring you on, I want to watch the Mechanical Realm like 5 more times because,
Me
like,
too.
dude, you guys got to understand, like, that shit like blew my doors down. It's like I love how like it's
Nice.
the editing you guys do reminds me of punk rock videos that I grew up on. Like the
Cool.
style. It's just like DIY, like we're just gonna tell you what's going on, whatever. But then it's like, holy shit, there's a MacGuffin in this reality. A freaking perfect machine exists about it.
Dude.
You guys figured out what the true model is. And you're the only ones who figured it out, dude. Like, so far. Hi, Mark.
Thanks, brother.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
What's up,
How are
Sarge?
you doing?
I'm doing well. Vlad sent me the he just called me and said you should jump on. They have questions or thoughts or comments. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, only if they want me to. So
I have a question. I have a question, Mark.
yes.
Okay, like this might be a coincidence, but it's cool because 5 years ago I played a game called Brutal Doom, which is an expanded thing of the Doom games 30 years ago or whatever.
Sure.
It says Sergeant Mark the Fourth is the guy who made it. Is that you?
God, no.
Dude, I
No.
was just wondering.
No. But to be fair, did I know a lot of programmers back in the day? Am I old enough
Right.
to know the id guys? Sure. But in fact, one of my best friends played in one of the early, I think it was a Quake tournaments. The same guys that did
Yeah.
Doom did Quake. But no, sorry, that was not me.
Okay, because like my friends and I had this hypothesis about it, but I figured it was like, whoa, this is a crazy game. Like,
No. I dabbled in programming, but for me, I was never going to be a hardcore programmer because I love the game so much. And
Sure.
if you're really into programming, you might as well be ripping the curtain back, Wizard of Oz style. And it's like, I like the mystery of the games, and every gamer that I knew that was into programming, they looked at it from programmer's eyes. And it's like, no, I couldn't do it.
So what's your take on everything, Mark? Like, what's your
which part? What did I miss?
Let's start, Mark. Let's start with the TFE. What do you think now about TFE?
I think, and I've said this pretty recently, which is why I'm getting a little bit of trouble. But whatever. I don't think it's going to be real trouble. I think that TFE was a long-term operation with one goal in mind, which was to get a hold of fill in the blank, big content creator for FE, and give them a reason to flip, not a legitimate reason, meaning not like they went down, out there and then saw something and they're like, oh wow, my mind's changed forever. No, it gives them an excuse because I think they had them to begin with. So we'll just cut right to it, right? I think they had, and I'll just say Jiren on this show. I know other shows, we're not supposed to say his name anymore, but in this one,
we got to make up a new name now.
Well, they call it it's like call him Jay, and it's like, that's fine. But in this case, for you guys, for the people that are listening, I'll call him Jiren. I think they had Jiren at the very least in the summer of 2024. And because he was acting a little twitchy even back then, you know the stuff where he was making comments like, well, if I get there and I see the sun, I'm then I'm going to have to reevaluate everything I think about the AE map and everything. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? You haven't even gone down there yet. So I think Antarctica was literally a placeholder, an event to where they could put whoever it was, whether it be Jiren or whoever at the time. And then it gives him a literal reason to flip, because you can't flip without it, right? You can't just, if the trip never happened, then you can't be just at home saying, oh, wow, I'm just not in it anymore. And no one would believe it.
Don't you think it goes a little deeper than that? It's just not about himself, but about the Flat Earth community, that by flipping, it might just try to implode the community.
You're absolutely right. Where they were something changed fairly recently, and I'm not going to hold back. I think it has to do with, I think part of it had to do with the Axion thing, where there was, because up until now, all they've done to go against Flat Earth has been try to out content us, right? Try to get channels to do this and do that, but it's like with social media, everything spreads so fast and so broad that they've been playing catch up for years. And now they're taking it, without using too many cliches here, they're taking it way more seriously, to where, come on, everybody's thought about this, which is like, okay, everyone's thrown out the word shill and everything, and tossed around who might be this, but there's never been any huge indicators. Like, no one's gone off road, and again, kind of like Jiren and some of the other people, and to where there's like, holy crap, which was why I was blindsided, where I was looking and saying, holy, talking with some of my friends offline, going, is this actually happening? Are we actually doing this now? Is this is what the new thing is? But yes, they're trying to go after us and grabbing content creators, whether they be current. The only one really current of any significance is Jiren. The others were out of the game, but they were notable in it. They all had some positions, some years ago. Mm-hmm. So, but yes, to try to disrupt the community. Oh yeah, they've been doing a fun job, but at the same time, it's generating more interest. And it's galvanizing the community, where I've had conversations with people that I haven't had in years, just kind of, it's like, okay, try, everybody's kind of doing a temperature test. It's like, okay, where is everybody? Are you good? Are you good? Are you good? Because as far as I know, the Duffy list only had 8 people on it. 4 of which I think were significant. The other 4, not so much. I mean, do you guys know the 8 people from the Duffy list?
The people that flipped?
Yeah, that he read off.
I knew.
I can rattle them really quick. So
Yeah.
Jiren would be the biggest by far. Then you have Patricia, Robbie, and Paul and the Plane as
Paul
a
and
group.
Plane, right?
They're part of a group, which, as you guys know, how that thing's going.
They're the big names.
Yeah, and then you have Rose 777.
Crow 777?
No, Rose 777. You gotta be careful there. No. Crow is kind of like me, from my cold dead hands. He will never ever go down. Rose 777, Crumb.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. Melodome.
Melodome. That's right.
Melodome, who I never really knew, but for what I can tell was just a Jiren henchman.
Yeah.
And then Alex Stein, and I leave him for last because it's like, well,
freaking really,
he got into our things, I think, kind of as a springboard to get other stuff. I mean, once let's put it this way: once Alex got on Tucker, he talked to us a lot less. Let's put it that way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but
that was inflated.
Well, yeah, people, when they get to a certain, when their heads get a little too big, it's like, it's the cliche. Oh, the little people, those people.
Yeah, I knew them back in the day.
Yeah, I knew them. Yeah, exactly. Back in the day. So those were the only 8 people. And of those, I mean, really the feather in the cap was Jiren, because, I mean, come on, he'd had content for 10 years. He specialized in going after space stuff and everything.
Following.
And hell, to the point where even I defended him to a fault when he came back, because like, no, he hasn't flipped. For me, it's like, because why would I think that? No one's flipped in 10 years. Why would I ever think that? And then as soon as he made that SpaceX video where he was doing the live stream thing, it's like, oh no, SpaceX absolutely proves the globe. It's like, oh, okay.
So that's where you switched your mind, Mark?
The what?
That's what helped you change your mind. And
for me it was that was it. And I know there were other people in the community, more hardcore members that were reading me the riot act, because it's like, you shouldn't defend Jiren, he's already gone. I go, look, I haven't seen it yet. Right. He's not cooked yet.
I remember you saying that.
But once he said that's all space programs, I mean, really undoing everything. And that was the big kicker for me. It's like, what are you talking about? You practically wrote the book on how to destroy space agencies. That was your thing.
So what do you think? When did he start flipping? When did Jiren for you start flipping?
I think he was showing signs of it in late August. His last official debate was August 14th. He was making thumbnails, and I can't remember who was sending me the thumbnails of, go look at his thumbnails from his shows going all the way back, if you can find them. I've got them lying around here somewhere from the summer, but I think they had him back then. And that would kind of make sense, because you don't take chances with, I mean, this particular trip cost a lot of money. This was way beyond.
We don't know really.
Mark, do you think they went?
I do. I do think they went. Now, do I think they went to Antarctica? I mean, the airports and stuff leading all the way up to it. Look, if you were at an airport in South America, why wouldn't you at that point make the jump?
I mean, hear me out. Like, some of us, including myself, like I was in your position when this first happened too. Yeah. And what I was talking about right before you joined is I was saying, hey, like, we were all making mistakes because we needed to increase our exposition. I'll just give you a clue. You're gonna want to see Vikka's video up here. It's called Wits It Smugs It. There's two versions. One's a shorter version. One's a longer version. And what we find filmed just like, have you seen the new Star Wars thing, The Mandalorian? they film the backdrops for the planets they're on giant like Amazon plasma TVs and stuff, like massive theater, right? So
Yeah.
they've got like pretty superior ability, but we found creases in the sky that look like a perfect 90-degree angle on Austin Whitsett's 360-degree camera. So,
Right.
you know, so that's the thing. We're finding things like that, and you might want to take a
It
look.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they went or not. They can go. I can go there and then come back and not do anything over there. The
Is
point
it?
is not
Is,
that they went there. This way
Well,
they
if they
did.
didn't go, then the thing didn't
well,
happen.
or hell, did they even know? I mean, if you've had decades to prepare for something like this, could you have landed in a part of, you know, whatever the snow escape was? I mean, I think the snow was real, and I think it was, you know,
Sure.
whatever.
Maybe if somebody threw acid in your coffee that was really strong.
I mean,
for a few
look,
days.
I can't discount anything, but at the same time, for me, it didn't really. Well, I mean, it was one of the reasons it didn't matter. Why did I turn down the trip? I was like, I'm not going because it makes no difference anyway. Because one, you guys know, 90% of the people that get into flat Earth don't get in because of the sun in any capacity. Forget about the Antarctic sun. Try any sun. Yeah, I run into like maybe 2 or 3 people. They said, "Oh no, I got in because of the sun." It's like, well, you're weird because nobody gets in. It's long distance photography.
And don't you think wouldn't have been better? Yeah, Mark, that if these people wouldn't have went, because these people were kind of representing the community, wouldn't have been anybody who they could have taken from the streets and showed at flat earthers, wouldn't have damaged so much, right? Don't you think so?
Yeah, there's an argument to be made there, which is kind of one of the reasons, if I'm not mistaken, why Austin went, which was, and I mean, I got some mixed feelings here, which is if they don't go, somebody's got to go. So do you want them to pick somebody that doesn't even, you know, is it worse to like grab somebody that we don't even know? It's like we can't give any validation to at all, or do you take somebody that's like, well, you know, these people have been for an X number of years, kind of like. Oh, wait, I'll give you a quick example. Would be the photographer, Jonathan from California, who said he was one of us. And then I've been seeing him post stuff ever since they got back to where he's obviously not one of us. Absolutely not one of us. And yet when he was down there, he had convinced our people that were down there that he was with us. So it probably would have been worse, in my opinion, if it would have been just like 3 different Jonathans instead of Austin and Lisbeth and Jiren.
What do you say that somebody had to go? Nobody had to go.
Well, no. I'm not saying no. Somebody. Okay, they were. Sorry, bad choice of words there. Someone was going to go, meaning because the trip wasn't about us versus the globalist. It was about them grabbing anyone they could. They were going to grab somebody. They're just gonna and if they had to make up somebody, that's what they were gonna do. Now they got a great windfall by grabbing Jiren and then Austin to go with him. In hindsight, Jiren demanded that Austin went with him, which is like, okay, you know, was Austin kind of set up to fail as well? And Lisbeth, she was just along for the ride, but now she's out of the picture anyway. So, what do you want me to say there? Do I think something happened? Yes, but I think it was all for exactly one reason, in my opinion, which was to create an event that gives some credence to why Jiren flipped, and then at that point create massive waves of disruption within the community, mostly waves of drama, which is here nor there. But anyways,
it sounds perfect, right? The two of the biggest names in the community falling for that shit and however it came out. Anyway, before we continue, let's say hello to our brother Dave from a very long time no see. How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing all right. I just tuned into the show. What's up, guys?
What's up, Dave?
I just hear shit being talked about me that's just wrong. So I want to chime in. I'm glad Mark's here because people say that I supported TFE. From the second email that Duffy sent us 8 months before TFE, I called it out as bullshit. I told everyone not to respond, not to go, right? TFE was designed to take down the AE map and take down me. It was specifically designed for me, right? So I didn't go, and they freaked out. They did a campaign against me. 6 months later, I'm speaking at Anarchapulco. They're calling the people at Anarchapulco and telling them, hey, Dave Weiss was offered a free trip, $40,000. He turned it down. He's, but you got to convince him to go. And so people from Anarchapulco are calling me like, why are people calling me, telling me to convince you to go to Antarctica, right? So when they realized I wasn't going, they absolutely freaked out. So they went to their second choice, which was Jiren. And Jiren goes, I'm not going unless I can bring Austin. They're like, okay. And Jiren goes, and I was talking to Jiren at the time. I was like, if they could fake the sun, I said, if it's hazy, it's not good. So he goes to Duffy, he goes, if it's hazy, I'm not going to accept the results. And Duffy goes, if it's hazy, it's a win for Flat Earth. So Duffy immediately conceded to that. If it was hazy, that's a win for Flat Earth. Mm-hmm. Do you know how many days the sky is blue? And it's like single digits a year. It was they hadn't seen the sun for 2 or 3 months before those guys got there. And the day they got there, it's blue. Yeah. So I know you guys are looking at it like, okay, it's fake. And you guys came up Amazon Studio and everything. Hey, we got to look into all that stuff. Anomalies in the sky, seams in the sky. I get it. Yeah. But I believe, and now listen, this may be the craziest of all. I believe that they faked the sky. All right. And if they're faking the sky, that could explain some seams in the sky. That could explain some fucked up clouds. But when I came out and made those 6 gate videos, those were like Vikka, if you came out and said, oh my God, flat Earth is amazing, globe's a lie, the Earth is rising at 9.8 meters per second, I'd make a video against you, not against the globe, not supporting the globe. I'd make a video trying to stop us from looking stupid. And by the way, almost all of those videos have been proven absolutely correct. Okay, the footprints in the snow, proven correct, right? The Witsit Vapegate, we can talk about that all day long, right? I know what happened there. And if you knew what was going on with Witsit right now, you know, we have to let him tell you, you'd understand why he's being quiet right now. Okay. I never supported TFE as being legitimate. I just said the reasons that people are coming up with as absolute facts are going to make us look really stupid. And mark my words, there's a video, their documentary that's coming out. It's going to highlight all of the crazy claims they're making, and maybe they fake the sky will be number one. Okay, that's me. All right, I'm not saying where that's going to place in there, but they're gonna use all of that against us. Not that we're not going to survive this. Flat Earth is the truth. The globe is a friggin' lie. It's absolutely stupid. You know, they're desperate. It's unreal. But I never supported it. Duffy pointed out in many videos that they said he's a demon. I stand by that to this day. He's a friggin' demon, right? And who knows what happened to Jiren, right? And here's the thing with Jiren. Yeah, I was friends with him for 10 years. And a couple months before TFE, he made the comment, if I see the sun circle, I'm going to have to go back to the globe. And I'm like, hey, Jiren, I don't think you really meant to say that. And we're going back and forth in text. I'm like, hey, let's talk. Text. Let's talk. I like, stop texting me like a 14-year-old girl. He sends me 50 multi-paragraph texts. I had to turn my phone off. Okay. Right. And I'm like, Jiren, just pick up the phone. Let's talk about this. I just want to run some things by you. He would not get on the phone with me. So Mark's point earlier that Jiren may have flipped before he went. Now I have theories, all theories, no proof of why he flipped, right? Which I'm just gonna let people, try to figure that out. But he would not get on the phone with me, right? And so
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, I'm not supporting him. I was like, I'm supporting the fact that they believed that they went to Union Glacier. I think they went to Union Glacier. Here's the question for you guys: where the fuck is Union Glacier? Right? How far? Where is it? And
how big is it? What part?
Yeah, where is it? But Steve from Spacebusters, he's working on part 3 of his Scam-Arctica video. It's got some good stuff in it about the bases in Antarctica. So again, I don't appreciate people attacking me and saying that I'm supporting those guys. So, yeah. And by the way, right now, I think Witsit 100%.
But Dave,
on our
you have
side
to
right now.
acknowledge that you were wrong about Jiren, Dave.
Oh,
You
I
have
was
to
wrong about
acknowledge that
Jiren,
you were wrong
absolutely.
about
Yeah,
Jiren.
I don't know.
So you could
Listen,
be wrong in the future, right?
No,
So
no, no,
because you
I'm-
were here, like getting really
Vic-
Not
hot
on,
because we were
Vic-
trying to question these people.
Vicka,
not
no,
only,
I wasn't
not on,
supporting Jiren. I was
Yeah, go
saying
ahead.
that they went
Oh,
there,
come
but
on.
here's how I was so sure. Besides all the video cam footage, which I think, the chest cam footage, which I think is enough proof, but hey, maybe they could fudge that. I'll give you that. It was designed for me. What if I said yes?
Yeah,
What if I said yes?
You did the right
You'd be in
thing.
a hot
Not
seat.
going, man.
No, I know I did the right thing, but here, Vicka, if you were supposed to go and then you said no, and it was designed for you, and then they went to somebody else, like how would you explain that they didn't go somewhere or fool them? Maybe they were scopolamined on the airplane. Maybe they were fucking hypnotized. Maybe they were fucking replaced with clones. Okay, maybe who the fuck knows?
Because you knew, Dave, because you knew. You said no, Dave. Dave, you said no because you knew this was a psyop even before this started. Come on, Dave, you knew it.
That's why I said
Oh,
no.
no.
What's wrong with that?
Why didn't
Yeah,
you
but
go? Why didn't you go?
Because it's a psyop.
Yeah,
yeah, but
Dave. I think you did the right thing not going.
No,
man.
I don't
Yeah.
don't even say you think I did the right thing, because anyone that doesn't think I did the right thing is retarded.
No, I know you did the right.
no, I think you didn't do the right thing, and I'm not retarded, Dave. I'm not retarded, and I know that you didn't do the right thing.
Hold on.
And the thing is that you always attacked us for trying to debunk this. You always attacked us in order to.
Slow down, guys. Slow down. Yeah.
Hold on. What they
Look, I believe you mishandled that thing. You made mistakes, but anyways, what I remember is that you were always attacking us for trying to debunk TFE, and you never attacked TFE once. Not
Bullshit.
even once.
You're wrong.
No, he has. No, Sam, he has.
We remember.
I said
Sam, you
Listen,
might have missed what he
listen,
said, Sam.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You
you're
didn't hear
wrong.
everything he
Wrong.
said, bro.
I said TFE is bullshit from the beginning. I told Jiren, I told Austin, I told Mark, I told Mark. I didn't have to tell Mark twice. Mark was, I get it. I'm not fucking going. I said, I don't know what they're gonna do, but I know one thing for a fact: they're not gonna let you see the sunset. If the sun
Right.
sets, okay, whatever it is, and if the sun circles, okay, we don't understand the sky. I'm not a sky earther. I'm a flat earther. Okay.
So if you knew it was going to be fake, so why defend them? Why always
I wasn't
defend them and
defending
defend them?
them. I was trying to stop flat earthers from making stupid arguments.
No
Yeah.
problem. That's good. That's a good point. But
That's
you
all
also
I did. That's
no
all
problem.
did,
I
James.
agree
That's
with
true.
you. It's honorable, but in the same time, you should also attack them. Also, not just
Bullshit.
Why
You
not?
don't know what I did. You guys don't know anything what I do. You don't follow my stuff. You just hear what other trolls say about me, and you take that as a fact.
What we saw, what I saw, my experience. I don't.
You
I know what
did
I
not,
saw.
Tim. You and I were talking a lot. You and I were doing shows. I brought you onto the scene. I made your
Exactly.
channel popular. Okay, I
Exactly.
must be a horrible troll. Vikka, I support you. I fucking have your documentaries. I talk about them all the time. I link to them all the time. I'm actually your
Respect you,
couple of.
bro. But that's not about it. My problem with you, Dave. Dave, listen. My problem with you is that you have to be open that you can be wrong too, because we can be wrong and we can be right too. Our only problem was we were having other ways. Wait, one moment. We were having other ways of decoding this fakery, and you had your own way. That's it, right? And you were not trying. You didn't want to listen to these things, right?
No. I listened to them and I looked
You
at
didn't
them.
want
and
to
I
listen
said,
to.
But Vikka, I was supposed to go. Are they going to fly me to an Amazon studio and pay me to lie? Think about it logically.
Okay, the thing is, guys. All right. The problem. All right, I have a question for both of you, Dave and Mark. What should the
You cut out.
community think right now, according to you
Cut out,
guys,
Vikka.
about this 24-hour sun?
Oh, go ahead, Mark. Mark, you go
Sorry,
first.
mic check.
I'll give you my opinion.
What just the 24-hour sun in general? Or just
No, what should the community think about the 24-hour sun? What should the community go ahead with this 24-hour
with the
sun,
24-hour sun
according to you guys?
Okay, I'll give you the short version. The sky doesn't dictate the earth, and it's what I said to you guys earlier, which is nobody gets into the community because of the sun. So why would anyone leave because of the sun? And because of that, that's the reason I turned it down as well. Which is like, look, it's not you don't want me down there because I don't care at all. I go, even if I was, sitting on the ice and watched the thing spin around me, I'd be like, okay, there's something going on in the sky I don't know about. But I've been answering that question for 10 years. I mean, I never lost a wink of sleep over it.
So
I didn't.
let me chime in. So
sorry, go ahead.
Joe
But I didn't get Dave. 1 moment, I didn't get the answer, Mark. So should the community think that there is a 24-hour sun, or there is nothing 24 hours in Antarctica?
I don't. Objectively, I don't know because I wasn't there, and even if I was there, I'm not sure if I could give you a definitive answer. Could there have been a 24-hour?
All right.
Could there have been a 24-hour sun? Sure, but I do not give a crap about it. I don't.
So that's the answer's fine, and mine's not going to be a whole lot different. But let me explain. Right, I personally, if I had to bet money, I bet that they use technology to fake the fucking sky and everything, the sky and the sun and all of it, right? And there's so much evidence that I have. And here's the thing: is I have more evidence than I've put out there, but I don't care to put it out there because maybe there was a 24-hour sun. So Spacebusters, Steve, he talks about the parabolic, the toroidal dome around us, and it could have a certain latitude where at a certain time of year it has a sun. Okay. Let's say that's far-fetched, but it's got this much possibility. Then you got Joe Hanvey's reflective model. I kind of like it. Let's say that one has this much possibility, and it's far-fetched. And then, people like Dollard say that it's a transformer from another dimension. And then you got Santos Bonacci that says there's multiple domes and the lights are in the dome. All right, we got all of these flat Earth sun explanations, okay? And a law of the luminaries, and you got all these people. And no matter how far-fetched they are, none of them are more far-fetched than the heliocentric sun, which is gas in a fucking vacuum, helium and hydrogen that have gravity that can hold on to Pluto and ignore our moon and all of the other nonsense that comes with it. Nothing is that makes all the other ones factual next to how fucking insane the heliocentric model is. So to say that a light in the sky that lives in Narnia, that defies natural law, that we can't fucking explain, proves the shape of the earth is fucking retarded. Okay? There's my opinion. So what should the people think? You can think whatever you want because it doesn't fucking matter.
Well, it does matter because it divides the flat Earth community.
Well, no. I'll
it's hypotheses there.
It does matter, but it doesn't make a fucking difference.
And it's all hypothesis. So it's fair for people to have a hypothesis.
And by the way, the hypothesis of it being fake, my hypothesis, or it being real, and there's a whole bunch of other explanations. Okay, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Because the heliocentric sun is ridiculous.
Yeah, it really is. Like
we know
the hydrogen and helium gravity furnace. That's insane.
Helium and hydrogen condensing that burns 640 billion tons a day for billions of years, never gets smaller, holds on to Pluto. When our moon comes around the Earth towards the sun, it doesn't speed up and slow down, right? All of the nonsense that comes with it, it's absolute insanity. So it's fun to have the conversation. Did they fake it? I think they did. Could we prove it? I think we can eventually, but it's wasted energy because it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. That operation has nothing to do with proving anything about the shape of the Earth. That's what I'm saying. The operation is only to dismantle the flat Earth community.
It's a false binary. No one should go down there. And I said to Jiren, I go, every time he says, if the sun does this, then that. If the sun does that, then this, right? I said, you should say that you don't agree with that. And he wouldn't do it. All right. So something happened to him. I don't know what it is. I have my theories.
But again, TFE succeeded in one thing, is into dividing us.
Yes,
they didn't succeed in proving anything.
Stop spreading division, Sam. I hear
it's not division.
I hear you all the time talking about me. All right. Stop it.
What do I say about you?
Sam, you say shit about me all the time. Every single time I see you on a stream, my name comes out of your mouth. and shit is following it.
So maybe it's the shit that I saw, coming out from you that I'm just exposing. Maybe it's not just
Expose-
the shit that I
expose-
create.
Show me what I've done.
Well,
in the last
Guys, relax. Guys,
That
guys,
You tell me. You said
guys,
it.
relax.
You tell me. You said it. You said I say shit. Tell me what shit I said.
Dave,
I'll
Sam,
rewind the tape today.
Dave, Sam, relax, guys. Relax, guys. The thing is, right? People have opinions. People have different opinions, right? Dave, even Jiren talks shit about you, and many other people talk about
Constantly.
shit about you too, right?
He
So
lies
it's all
about
different
me.
opinion of people, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
All right, because people have, including
Jiren
people like
lies.
people have different opinion, right?
Yeah,
Because it
yeah.
was creating more confusion, Dave, because people didn't understand, are you on which side are you? Even same thing with Mark, right? People don't know because you had all these people around you all these years, and you guys didn't even sense what the hell was happening, right? Same thing, right?
I honestly, Vikka, I honestly don't think Jiren was anti-flat Earth until something happened this last year that had to do with TFE that made him flip. Whether it's a mental illness, whether it's spiritual, demonic, or whether it's threats of any kind, I couldn't tell you. Right? I don't know. I have no idea. But something happened to him.
But you guys get it. You guys get it. After this, it's very difficult for the community to trust anyone, including us. This is what is created. Whom should we trust? I'm telling people, don't even fucking trust me.
Yeah.
Well,
just remember, this thing was designed for me. So I guess it's all my fault. It was designed for me because too many people are waking up, right? Too many people are seeing the truth. They're doing everything they can to take down the app, take me down. And I'm no longer addressing them. I am ignoring them. They don't exist in my world. I'm just doing what I do. And anyone that hates me, feel free to hate me. But I expect more from this channel right here. I really do. Right? Gene's the only one that hasn't said shit about me. Ira, I don't know who you are, but you sound very interesting. I'd love to come on your show, brother.
We're coming. You and I have an interview on Thursday. I messaged your.
We do?
Oh, I found your email and I got you. Yeah, we have an episode on Thursday.
Did you already book it?
I did.
All right. Look at that.
But you can come on there and be as uncensored as you want.
I want you to ask me every question that you want to ask me. Just don't talk about the Jews.
I'm looking forward to that, Ira. You guys.
Dude, I'm so stoked. This is great. And
Here's the thing, Dave. The people could speak on different channels, and when people are not there, so people speak all kind of shit, right? So we cannot. This is people's opinion. As long as it's said with not a heated and with bad energy, like you can say what you think about people or whatever, right? As long as it's done with little bit.
Look at somebody sent me.
Like not going crazy, right? So we yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
It's a clock. It's an actual 24-hour clock. It's fucking awesome.
Ah, that's nice.
It represents where the hour hand's going to tell you exactly where the sun is.
That's right. I'm going to put a little yellow sticker on the hour hand.
So check us out, Dave. And Sam too. Like I just want you guys to know is like, I myself, like I was originally like on a specific position. Different expositions occurred after a certain point in time. And I was talking about this. I don't know if you were listening in, Dave, before you joined, but I was talking about how it's like, yeah, dude, like there's a difference of exposition. Like I remember you, Dave, you were on here asking like, we all need to actually sit and figure out how to look at the same footage. We need a congruent exposition here. Like everybody's looking at different videos and then hastily concluding things that other people haven't looked at. And so if you know what I mean? Here's the thing.
We all know it was fake. We all know that it was fake. However, it was fake. We all know it was fake. Now, if I wasn't in my position, if I wasn't involved in this at all, I might have jumped right on those things. I would have had some bias, but I'm like, how could they be in the studio if I was supposed to go? So I eliminated that and came up with I think, more viable explanation of what happened there. And the technology isn't even that crazy. So that's why I was so strongly against it. And then when I looked at it, the fucking drone, dude, the drone gate is retarded. It's retarded. Those fucking sensors go off all the time. And I can land my drone once because the fucking sensor was going off and it wouldn't go down. Okay? The sensors go off all the time. McToon was standing right next to that thing. It was a stupid thing. and I was just trying to stop it. And then I got shit for when I hid those videos. The reason I hid those videos, they're still up. Okay. The reason I hid them is because I don't want new people finding garbage when they're looking for flat Earth. Okay. I want them finding the good stuff. That's why I put up all the videos and everything.
Alrighty. So before we continue, Jiren is gone.
I mean, I just think that it's
Jiren,
like, you know,
guys, one
I
moment.
think it's a fair hypothesis, man. You know.
Am I cutting out?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So my question was like, next question. So Jiren is gone. What about Austin? Where does Austin stand now in all this?
I'll give you my opinion on Austin, and it's just my opinion. And I'll say as much as I think that I can say. Austin's having some family issues. And if you knew what they were, you'd understand why he's not been around, period. I talked to Austin for an hour the other day, and I can only say a prayer for him, and he is rock solid flat Earth. Now, you guys are assuming Austin's controlled opposition because he was in an Amazon studio. I was supposed to be in that Amazon studio. Therefore, I know it's not a fucking studio. So I didn't. The only evidence that you have against Austin is an assumption that they went there or didn't go there and they faked the videos in a studio. Right? That's wrong in my
He's
opinion.
being part of the psyop, Dave. He's part of the whole psyop, right? What is there not to question about him?
Well, there's the hypothesis.
If you know it was a psyop, and if he was playing, how come? What is there then, right?
What are you talking? I don't understand. I didn't understand your question.
Right? You are saying that it was a psyop. Now you're saying that. So you're saying that Austin is a victim, or what? What is it? What?
I would have been a victim if I went.
Exactly.
I would have been a
in the hot
victim.
seat, Dave.
I would have been a victim. There's too much evidence of them, you know, like, oh, you're only allowed to bring 50 pounds, you know, of luggage. That will stop them from bringing like a hydrogen alpha telescope, which I think would have exposed the fucking sky, right? They literally so many pieces of evidence that they faked it. You know, the blue sky, the guarantee, the fucking agreed to everything. There's so much, but we don't need to go down that path because we're not going to convince everybody. But remember, I was supposed to be there. Therefore, I know it wasn't filmed. I know they were tricked, period. Because, and by the way, you guys don't know this because I could be lying right now. I could have been in on it the whole time, you know, right? I'm the only one that knows that it wasn't a studio because I was supposed to go and I'm not fucking part of any psyop. So that's the only thing you have on Austin is your assumption that they faked it. And if they didn't fake it, what do you have on Austin other than he was trying to hide vaping from his wife?
All right, that's what your opinion is. All right, Mark, your turn, bro. What's up with Austin now?
Austin?
Because with Jiren, you were wrong too. So.
Well, I was wrong for a little bit, but I've now seen my error. In Austin's case, I would just say that you can't convict him of being in the bank robbery just because he was in the bank. You know what I mean? He was there on the ice with Lisbeth, by the way, who ended up being my co-host until she got in that car wreck. And when he came back, I've never seen anyone scramble as fast as he could to get as many podcasts and do damage control and be like, no, I'm not, you know, whatever's happening with Jiren, I'm with you all the way. I mean, to the point where Austin's health was starting to deteriorate. He was going on in so many things so often, including my podcast. And has he not made a whole bunch of content recently? No, but at the same time, I'm going with Dave on this one. If he's got personal issues that are keeping him from making content, look, that is a far, just because you're not making content, that is not even remotely close to what Jiren's been doing over the last 2.5 months or 3 months. Jiren's been cranking out so many anti-flat Earth videos, which doesn't make any sense at all on multiple levels, live streams and regular things and shorts. He can't make them fast enough now. And
right.
I mean,
and every stream he says that his friend of 10 years, me, said that he got paid off and said that he got a new house. I'm the only one that said he didn't get paid off. I said he'd be lucky if he got paid off. And I never said he got a house or anything like that. That would be the same as being paid off. But that's the foundation for his lies about me, which are just lies.
So if I can ask you a question, Dave and Mark, if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that Jiren just flipped recently. It's not like something that is not a part of something bigger, older. It's just like started with TFE. So it just started now.
Let me just, I'll let Mark answer it. But the answer is, if they were in Amazon Studio and they faked it, then it would make sense that he's been in it for 10 years. But if they tricked him, because remember, Sam, I was supposed to go, not him. They had no idea that I would turn it down, right? And then they panicked and they went to Jiren. And by the way, it's probably the greatest thing that ever happened to them, me turning it down and Jiren going, because I wouldn't flip, right? So I would be there and I'd be like, oh, geez, I saw it. And and that's all they were hoping for. But they got even better somehow, right? And here's the way I look at it. Jiren is not spiritually grounded. We're in a spiritual war. Take that for what it is, okay? And that's all I will say about that.
That's a nice way of putting it, Dave. But thank you.
That's a really good point, actually. Yeah.
We know. So the thing that I'm a newcomer in Flutters, like so I don't know. I wasn't there like 7 years ago, but I know that it's not the first time that Jiren fucks up with like experiments that Jiren with experiments like. Experiments that that is not working, like on the lake there, with those holes in those carb holes there. I don't know.
So Sam,
I'm just asking. I don't know. This I don't know.
I'll tell you. They had the if you know the whole story, the laser fucking condenser melted, and then he, to do those things, it takes a lot of effort and batteries and film and people. And they said, "Oh, we'll film it." And Jiren was naive, and he let them film it, and he never had the backup film. So that was a hit piece. He got caught in it. And then on the TFE thing, they wrote a contract to make sure this wasn't going to happen again. But they had no idea what they were walking into. They were walking into, you're going to film, and we're going to film it with you exactly what we told you you're going to see. So I don't think that Jiren was in on any of this until
they were very unprofessional, Dave. They were very unprofessional. The image they have given to the world about flat earthers being so unprofessional are from these two guys that they're sleeping. They're not prepared any, like they couldn't have taken advantage of a line of sight experiment from there on that plain ice, right? Terabytes of information. Nothing is there, Dave.
I'm not defending them. But they didn't go there to do.
Ira, you're hot micing. Ira, you need to be in a quieter place. You are hot micing, Ira.
All right. So I'm not defending Jiren or anything, but they didn't go there to do long distance observations. They've done that. They've done 26-mile laser tests. They've done all of that. They were there to see the sun circle. When they saw the sun circle, they didn't know what else to fucking do, but except go on a fucking bike ride. Okay,
so that's all you have to understand, Dave. Is that someone that is popular in a community, in the Flutters community, and makes mistakes, so that make us look bad. Sorry. So one time, twice, three times. So this is why we are like entitled to suspect him of maybe doing this on purpose. Maybe I don't know.
Sam,
but
Sam,
just like check it out.
I've made many mistakes. I've said things that I wished I didn't say.
Okay, that's great.
I've made false claims. Okay?
We all make mistakes. We cannot accuse you of mistakes we all make. The only difference between you and me, for example, or others, is that I can make mistakes, but you cannot make such mistakes because you are in the light. You like represent the community. There are mistakes you shouldn't make.
Fucking crazy, bro. He's fucking human, dude. He's allowed to.
Yes, but a human, but also a leader. You cannot.
If I went, I probably wouldn't have done as good of a job documenting it as they did. I probably wouldn't have done, and they did a shitty job. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they did a good job. I probably would have done worse. All right, because I would have been bitching about the fucking cold. I would have like, well, the sun's circling. I don't know what the fuck else to do. Right. I wouldn't know. I would have done a worse job. Okay. Just so you know. And then you could, then you can shit on me more.
No, the thing is that, if you're so good at debunking so many times, so many things, and you cannot debunk that.
Look at Jiren's videos over the years. Jiren has completely crushed the globe 1,000 times over.
Yeah, straight up. And Hey, by the way, I'm about to walk into a loud room. I just wanted to say thanks for you guys joining. I appreciate you guys' ability to have open discourse. And Dave, I'll see you on.
It's so weird that we're having an interview on Thursday. I had no idea, and you're here and we're on the same show. It's bizarre.
Oh,
Dude,
sure. Dave,
yeah,
Dave
of course.
gets an
Like I love these
interview.
guys. But
Dave?
yeah, thanks for coming on. And Mark, it's nice to meet you too, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
What'd you say, Mark? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying, Dave gets an interview with him. That's fine.
Well, that you and Dave before that.
Ira, before Mark starts crying, invite him on your show.
No. It's not hurtful in any way, shape, or form.
No, Mark, we'll do it too. I mean, I just started this thing. It's like I just finished making a bunch of films. So
it's
yeah.
too small
Anyways,
for you. It's too small for you.
Dave's the queen of summer. I get it.
Okay, that's fine.
No, Mark, I'll let you on. We're going.
Oh no, man! Don't do me any favors. Seriously,
I know
okay.
Club.
I knew you'd catch that. That's funny.
Come on.
We'll do it. All right. Thanks, guys. I'll touch you later. All right.
See ya.
Alrighty, Ira. See you later. Alrighty, we have Matthew Hakim here joining us. What's up?
Oh, Matt.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Hey, Dave Weiss. Dave Weiss, did you just say those guys saw a circling sun in Antarctica?
They claim to have.
Hey, I'm sorry to tell you, but it's impossible to have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
I agree. I think they faked it.
Well, then why are you uncertain?
I think they faked the sun in the sky, and those guys filmed it.
So they were in Antarctica filming a fake sun in the sky?
That's my opinion, yes.
How did they record a sun in the sky if it's fake?
It was a plasma projection done by Microsoft. The technology is out there. I forget. I don't have the name of it on the tip of my fingers, but it's really weird that the head guy at Microsoft, that would be the most qualified guy in the world to oversee a project like that, happened to be in Antarctica at that time.
Yeah, I don't think they were even in Antarctica. I think the whole thing was a lie. And you know what? It's just like the moon landing, because they weren't on the moon either. And they were making fake videos, tricking people to think they were on the moon. So Dave Weiss, do you think they were actually on the moon, but the videos they recorded were fake?
No, I don't think they're on the moon. I think, listen, Matthew, I was supposed to go to Antarctica. Look at what a little shithead that guy is. Okay.
No, maybe he has like a connection problem. Just wait for him to come back.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I was supposed to go. So how would they have them fake it? Because I'm not in on it.
Dave.
He doesn't know that, right?
Dave. More than 70% of the community is not buying this TFE shit at all.
Neither am I.
I think you know it. Mark knows it. Mark knows it. You know it.
I don't
we
think
all
any
know
of the
it,
community
right?
buying it.
Okay, I hope
Sorry, any of the. All right, no one is buying it. All right, got it.
No. I mean, I've said, look, I don't buy it, but at the same time, I think it was set up for. Well, one, it was set up for Dave, but Dave didn't go, and so they grabbed somebody, and now they're using it to disrupt the community. That's all it was there for. A lot of money to be spent on an experiment that wasn't an experiment, that looks sketchy from minute one. And again, we won't know the exact follow-up until the documentary comes out, which officially doesn't.
Jaren says it's going to be awesome. He says it's going to.
Yeah,
I can tell you, it's going to be awesome. So he's got a huge role in it, I'm sure.
Yeah. Who would have thought?
That's my opinion. I have no proof of any of it.
So this is the thing.
Hey guys, I want to say something real quick.
All the community. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, we don't know the technology the military has. We don't know, okay? The anti-cathera mechanism had a system of 30 gears or better 1,400 years before clocks even hit the tables in England in the 1400s, all right? So if that was suppressed, we fucking have no clue what they're doing. I could be AI right now for all I know.
There's so many whistleblowers coming out of Antarctica. The Raytheon guy that said there's directed energy technology that the human mind can't even fathom. There's people from Microsoft that are whistleblowing. There's lots of interviews that I've heard of military people. I'm actually talking to two military guys that were at a base called Tigo, which isn't even listed on their bases, Antarctigo, and they're mining precious metals there by the ton. Gold and other metals, and the whole Antarctica story is complete and total bullshit. So putting a plasma ball into a sky, especially a sky that has a low dome with maybe plasma.
No problem.
Yeah. And when you say they were in a studio, I think they were in God's studio with a 13,000-foot ceiling.
You're right. And that I've heard stories about, and now they're even trickling this stuff into the mainstream where they have, the barium and the strontium are needed for these high-tech 3D holograms. These holograms are so high-tech, they could pick things up. So
they have holograms that you can put actual matter on top of.
What?
You can put actual things on the hologram.
Right. And that's still even just what they're showing us. That's 50 years minimum behind what they really have.
If that Duffy has access to that technology, we're talking here about something much bigger than just TFE, a fucking pastor with money. We're talking about like an operation CIA style, something huge. And this is why I'm saying, I'm asking also Mark and Dave, what do they think? Don't you think that TFE thing is a part of the bigger operation, an older operation, or is just something that just happened now?
No. So the technology is called laser-induced plasma. Look into that in the Microsoft, and their contracts with NASA. It's incredible. But I think that TFE was as big of an operation as the moon landing, as fake as the moon landing. But it was a lot easier to do because they didn't have television cameras and millions of people watching. They had four stooges in a remote area, and they completely gamed them.
It wasn't as long. I mean, TFE's what, a year old, give or take, but still a year to do something like this is pretty significant. It's something we haven't seen up until this point. Up until now, it's been, channel does this, channel does that. Nothing super serious, but throwing down that sort of money just for that part of it, and then you're going to do the money for the documentary after the fact. It's pretty good. It's pretty flattering, actually, that they're taking us that seriously now.
They're scared, bro. They are scared. Flat Earth is the biggest thing. If people start to realize they tricked us about the ground we walk on, that poses a serious problem for a lot of other things. Yeah. And a lot of other things are really coming to surface anyway. So it's all kind of like right here in front of people.
They're faking rockets in the sky with technology. We don't think they could fake a plasma ball in the sky that brings light and heat, because the plasma-induced lasers do bring light and heat, and they could project them into thin air, let alone if the dome is at 13,000 feet and the plasma is below it, like the NASA whistleblower explained, seems super legitimate to me. Yeah.
I think so, man. They could have faked it.
I think that the sun simulator that they leaked pictures on years ago, I think that was part of the psyop, because it's ridiculous. It's stupid. Right? And they want people to go, oh, it can't be that, therefore they can't fake the sun. Well, the sun that we see is an energetic, non-physical, in my opinion, ball in the sky, and that's what they faked, an energetic, non-physical ball in the sky.
The thing is, right? If there's some technology used there in Antarctica while these people were there, people have to be on it and play together with it. You cannot just have something going on and like these people don't know and they are just seeing it 24-hour sun, right? You're getting what I'm saying?
It was cloudy for 3 months until the day they got there, and then it was fucking 9/11 blue.
Yeah, the Union Glacier blue, right?
Well,
from the
like the clearest day on record ever.
The odds of a sunny day being, during that narrow window when we were down there were pretty much against us, and yet there it was. And it wasn't even close. It wasn't even partially cloudy. No, it was a beautiful
gorgeous
sky. So yeah, a lot.
It's too fake, Mark. Right? People wanted to believe it, but it's too fake, Mark. This is the thing. Dave was here on many podcasts with Joe Hanby. We did so many podcasts. That possibilities of if there's a 24-hour sun, but it looks so fake, Mark. Even if you want to defend it, you cannot. That's a problem.
No. I'm just saying the event happened. I can't tell you anything more than that because I wasn't there.
What about this? What if Joe Hanby's right? But if it is a reflection, I think the human eye or human looking at it would look different than when it's at midnight. It would look different. So maybe they took Joe Hanvey's model, the actual model that was happening, or a combination of it, and then they projected the plasma and just followed it in the sky. And maybe they just followed it in the sky to amplify it, to make it so bright that they couldn't fucking look without glacier glasses, right? And if you go back to those videos, all of those videos, right, and you look at the sunbeams that are coming off the sun, look at them compared to any other sunbeams. Other sunbeams, like in the north, they're thinner and they point out. These are kind of squared ends. They're like rectangles. Okay, something is fake. Now you could say, "Oh, that's because it's a fucking LED screen in the sky." I was supposed to go. I would know if there was an LED screen in the sky. I think the sky, the dome, is a liquid crystal display, LCD.
It's possible. How about the fake mountain?
Go ahead, Sam.
Dave? Just how about the mountain, Dave? The mountain that looks exactly like the one that from 2016. What do you think about this?
So here's my opinion on that. There is some. It's interesting, but again, I was supposed to be there. I could have taken a picture of the mountain. The thing is, in Antarctica, it doesn't snow a lot. That's what they say. I have to believe that. And when it does, when the wind blows, it goes away. So any frozen glaciers in the crevices of the mountain, they're just going to stay there. And then the snow comes and goes, and it really doesn't change much. That's my opinion. But maybe I'm wrong, and I say look into it deeper.
For like 8 years, you think it's exactly the same?
But it could be 10 years. It could be 20 years. If it never rises above freezing, when is the ice going to leave? It's not. I've gone to Vermont where we have summer, and then it freezes again. And then I've looked at pictures of 2 years in a row, and I'm like, oh, all the trails look pretty much the same, but you can see some differences. But in Antarctica, there's very little accumulating snow. The glaciers don't move. They're just frozen in the rocks there. And it would be logically very close to the same. Now, I did look in deeper and I found some changes, but nobody wanted to look at that. And by the way, Edward Hendry, he was looking at the footsteps and he actually saw when he said there's no footsteps. He zoomed in and he said, yes, there is. There actually was a footstep.
But I remember that you brought in a picture of the same mountain from a different year. And you actually showed that there were differences.
Little bit.
So at that point, if there were differences, so actually a picture from 2016 and today shouldn't be the same.
Well, there was little differences, and that's what I was showing, 2016 and today. So there was a difference, and that's what we're talking about. But again, the whole footprint thing, which I got a lot of shit on, Edward Hendry zoomed in better than anyone else and found there was footprints.
No problem about the footprints. I'm talking about the mountain. The thing is that if you prove
it's the same thing. Here's the point: Vapegate, Footprintgate, Mountain Gate. I was supposed to go. None of that would have been possible if I was there.
No problem. I agree with you on that point. Now, agree with me on that is that if the picture they show you on TFE is the exact same picture than a picture taken 8 years before, there's a problem. Because you proved that the snow is moving, it changes because you.
No, it doesn't. You hear what I said. The ice doesn't move. Well, if it snows and then it gets windy, the ice is still there and the snow is gone.
But on the pictures that you saw that the shape of the patterns were different.
Slightly,
it wasn't the same.
Slightly, tiny bit.
It's enough. Slightly is enough.
But you guys were saying they didn't change, and I showed you that they did change.
No, it did change on your picture. But not on the original picture of 2016 and the one they show us. And those two pictures are exactly the same.
That's what I compared, the picture they took and the 2016 picture.
Oh, you sure it's not a different year?
We all know it's a fakery, right? Taking out your T-shirt in Antarctica with a black and white. Come on, guys, it's too obvious. It's too obvious, Dave. So, all right, let's jump into a bit of with Mark about how is it going with Mark with your defaming thing going on? How is it going?
Nothing yet. I don't expect anything. If you listen to any of the stuff I've done over the last week, it's too big. It's too broad. You're talking about freedom of speech. You can, of course. I mean, come on, this show does it many times. You can voice your opinion, your speculation about anything you want, about anyone you want. It's what America's like. And so if I want to talk about how certain people left the Flat Earth community under suspicious circumstances and say it's suspicious. You can't stop me from saying that. For me, at the very minimum, it's my opinion that it's suspicious. And I can point to all sorts of things and try to connect the dots. Kind of, you know, can I prove any of it? No, I can't, but I can create reasonable doubt all day long. And so you can't come at me with a law firm and say you absolutely cannot voice your opinion and you cannot speculate and you cannot do this and you must release an apology video saying that everything you said, basically they don't want you. I mean, you got to remember, if you saw the cease and desist thing, and I'll send it to anybody that emails me, they're saying you can't voice your opinion, period. You can't make a video about it, and you must apologize for anything you've said in the past. It's like, good luck.
This is ridiculous. It never happened.
It'll never. It will never happen. It's too big. And again, it was sent to 3 different people. It wasn't sent to just me. And so what are you going to do? You can't run 3 simultaneous lawsuits. It can't be done. And if you want to do them in order, you're going to be in court for years, absolutely freaking years. It's not going to happen. But one last thing there, just the fact that I say you left the community suspiciously. We'll just pick on Patricia, right? I say you left the community suspiciously. 5 weeks later, you threatened to sue because I said that. That doesn't add to the suspicion at all. Come on, she doesn't have a freaking chance. So I welcome it. Please, it would generate. I know you guys would disagree because you don't want negative press necessarily tied to the Flat Earth
That's
community.
exactly what I was about to tell you. You know, don't you think you should have just kept that quiet? You know, between you, because it's going to show more division now in the Flat Earth community.
No, what division? Who's? No, I disagree with you. I couldn't disagree more. What division? Who's
I don't see division either, really.
I mean, Patricia and Robbie and Paul are gone already. They've been gone for a while. So if anything, this will catalyze one side of the community versus them because they're not even in it anymore.
I just want one person in the chat keeps saying, what if TFE wasn't for me? It was for me. It was designed for me. They made it for me. They tried to force me to go. And then when Patricia, Robbie, and Paul left, their talking points were the the AE map is dead, but they couldn't tell us why. And the circling sun proves the shape of the Earth.
So what difference would it make if you win or not? Like, how did they change the plan because you refused, allegedly?
All right, I'll answer that. Allegedly, I refused. Go do a little research.
No, allegedly, as in you think that the whole thing was for you, which is kind of like narcissistic.
I would have
like you're into yourself,
and I would have come back, and everyone would have
low down your mic a bit. You're too hot, and go easy, and
lower it down to like 1 or maybe 0.
Let me answer that guy's claim. If I went, I would have seen what they saw, and I don't know what I would have done. I don't know, but everyone would have hated me, and it would have destroyed me. So that's what would have happened. That was the
yeah, but David, you're coming back with that all the time, with that argument that you should have went there, and that's the proof that whatever. But
I shouldn't have gone, and I wouldn't go. But I know. I did go. What situation would I be in?
Okay, no problem.
You'd be in a hot seat now, Dave.
My question is this, Dave. Think about it. These people are liars, cheaters. Okay, so it's possible that they invited you. And that if you had said, okay, I'm coming, they would have just canceled you. It's also possible, just to give a chance.
I know.
Get that argument there.
Hey, Sam, you're speculating now. They put it out. They're like, Dave Weiss, he won by 75% of the people voted for him. And then if I said yes and they said no, that would have destroyed their whole thing. And then this guy, Matthew over here, he's like, oh, were you really even invited? Is anyone paying attention?
No, I said, how did the plan change because you refused? That's what I'm saying. Allegedly. How did final experiment change because you decided not to go? That's what I mean. Allegedly, you say it's for you.
Well, it was coming after me, and they tried to force me to go for months.
How did they change the plan?
The plan was by going to their second option was with Jiren, and Jiren threw all sorts of demands at them, and they said yes, 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 yes. They agreed to everything immediately because they were in a panic mode, in my opinion.
But
and as far as the outcome,
it seems lame. That's a lame excuse.
Well,
as far as
what do you think would happen? Let's say it was designed for you, and you see that the guy. What a fucking little.
No.
He's having
Dave, stop saying
having
that.
bad
You have
connection. Go
problems
ahead,
with
Mark.
the
You
internet.
wanted to add something.
well,
Mark,
no,
go ahead.
I do want to really quick, which was the main outcome change was because Jiren went instead of Dave, was that they had a lot more pressure points with Jiren and they used them and it worked. In fact, it worked really, really well.
That's your opinion, Mark. Your opinion.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It is my opinion, but I'm sticking to it, and I will go to court over it.
Yeah.
Which is Jiren had
You
so
might
many
have
pressure
to.
points that when they got him back, they immediately started steamrolling him. And again, he's created more anti-flat Earth content than he made pro-flat Earth content, like from a 3-to-1 margin ratio since he's come back. So which again goes against everything. No one does that many years into something and then immediately do a 180 and go even faster in the other direction without any slowdown at all, no crisis of conscience, no intellectual conflict. No. So that's the difference here. With Dave, in fact, I'd be curious myself what would happen if Dave went, because I don't know what they would have done other than try to destroy him. If I would have went, for example, you guys would have come after me because I wouldn't have live streamed. I would have been like, screw the live stream. I'm just going to go for the trip and you guys can do whatever you want. I'm just going to take a nap and then I'll leave. And you guys would have been like, you should have live streamed. You were completely in on it. So it's like, no, I just wouldn't have live streamed because I'm older and I don't care.
I'll tell you something. There are ways to flip somebody. Even somebody strong, there are ways to do it.
Oh, of
Believe
course,
me,
of course. And I've
we're not,
said
we never know, God forbids that, it happens to me or to anybody. But there are many ways people can be flipped, by fear, by
Vikka, I have a question.
Anybody, I can
answer this. If they said Vikka was voted 75% of the people said, or 78%, whatever the number was, that Vikka should go, and then you said no, and then for a month or two they tried to force you to go, would you feel confident in saying that it was designed for you to go?
Part of it, yes. Not. I don't think the whole goal was for you. I think it was. It was aiming to the.
If I'm not gone, means I know that it's not a legit thing, right? It's like these people have put themselves in the situation and then they were crying, right? Why are the people questioning? If you guys went to represent flat Earth for the whole community, right? And then you're coming and you're making excuses because people are trying to question you and you're not providing what you're supposed to provide. So all that shit, we knew. As I said, I mentioned in 2 podcasts that why did Dave and Mark didn't you? Because they know they have the age differences where they can understand that the end, you're going to get screwed or you're going to get good money or whatever, right? Whatever.
Well, I mean, in this case, yeah, it was fishy. Look, it smelled bad from the very beginning. Absolutely. No question. I mean, in fact, most of the people that, they approached a lot of different people. And everybody, for the most part, I remember, Dave probably remembers this. At one point, they thought they were going to have like 12 globalists go down. It was like 12-4. They're going to have this big wall, and everybody was backing out. Even the big globalist trolls.
That's actually not true, Mark. He had a scoreboard up, and the scoreboard was like 12-2 or 1 or something like that. Yeah. And they were only going to take one of each. Okay.
Okay.
There. But but people are asking in the chat, like, how did they force me to go? They didn't force me to go. They tried to. They pressured me. Go look at all the videos. Just go to Duffy's channel and go use one of those search tools that'll let you search all the audio contact and search for all the time that he mentioned my name, offered a free trip. It's in almost every one of his videos. He did probably 30 videos, including all of the other trolls too, videos, campaigns, posts everywhere, just coming after me saying, you got to go. They still do it to this day. Yeah. I'm like, it's over. And so, yeah, they were trying to force me to go, but not force, pressure. So nobody came to me. Nobody threatened me, right? Just got I just got a lot of pressure, but I don't pay attention to that shit.
Yeah, they asked me to go, but I wasn't here that day, so I missed the call.
and I actually recommend
Dave. I recommend. And by the way, just so you guys know, and I was being nice in the last podcast, which was I don't even really think the defamation suit's about me. Not really. You know,
About
I
Patricia.
well,
there
you
are
know what I
people-
mean. I mean, there's other targets here, and I think if they have to pick between the targets, I don't even think I'm the first on the list, even though I want to be.
So who is on the list according to you? Who are the 3 people on the list then? If you got the letter,
Yeah, what? You're
Right,
not going to
Mark?
chime in?
What, me?
Yeah.
What's the oh? I got the letter and Marty Leeds got the letter. Okay,
Yeah.
there you go. It's
Yeah,
out.
Dave got the
All right.
letter, and Marty Leeds got the letter as well.
Well,
So
I got it first.
yeah,
I got it
exactly.
first.
And Dave got it before I did. So
That's because
Well,
I have a big ego, according to
Dave
the
also is
chat.
being sued.
well, no. Hey, look, if I was on the other side, if I worked for an agency, like to chime in their chat room if you want. If I worked for an agency, I know which target I'd go after. It'd be Dave. Dave be first. Other people later. Sorry, and mostly because of the app. I'd want that app gone. And it's only one way to do that, and that is to go after Dave directly. If there were other people tied to the app, if you was like part of a company, I would have gone after other people.
I don't fucking give a shit. I don't want to be the fucking leader. I don't want to be the number one guy. But guess what?
You aren't.
I'm more.
Hey, you aren't.
Whatever.
Yeah, dude, you're no gatekeeper. You're not a leader, man. That's the problem.
Get this guy out of here. What is Matthew coming by with these drive-by
Right.
comments? Get him
You too,
out.
Mark. You're not a leader. You're not like a gatekeeper of the flat earth
Matthew.
people.
My God.
I think the best thing would be
Matthew,
for you
relax,
guys
bro.
to not even assume that you're a leader.
Matthew, how many people have you woken up to flat Earth in the last 5 years? Zero.
I talk to everybody I know.
You talk to
Everybody I meet.
Matthew, relax, bro. Relax.
Holy
These
smoke,
people are
Matthew's
here,
still
so
here?
we
How
want
is
to
he not
ask
been
them
invited?
questions.
Vika,
Please. Don't-
I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther.
All right,
It's
all
my,
right, but
I'm
relax.
just my
You're-
input.
Check it
Yeah,
out.
yeah,
That, Mark, that's
All right, we
point.
heard it, but relax, bro. We want to have a conversation with them. All right. You said what
Check it
you
out.
want. All right.
Let-
We heard.
All right, cool.
All right. Let us continue.
Cool.
We're in
Yeah.
the heart of the problem here because actually, yes, David, Mark are what I consider to be like veterans. They are prominent figures of flat Earth.
There you go,
And they
veteran.
deserve it because
How about
everything
that?
they've done so far cannot be taken away from them. I always say that because they worked very hard to prove flat Earth. And again, they're one of the reasons why I joined flat Earth. So this cannot be taken away from that. And this is the heart of the problem, is that as prominent figures of the flat Earth, you should be careful, very careful of how you act or react or how you take sides, because it's not like you're not like anybody. You like windows on the flat Earth for us, and this is why we judge you like more harder hardly because because of this. We are looking up to you, so you're supposed to stand for flat Earth. You're supposed to fight for flat Earth, to defend flat Earth when it's attacked. And I don't think you did it, the right way. This is what I saw. This is what I believe. This is why because
Exactly. And Jiren going crazy, flipping out, Austin acting crazy, and then Dave, what you were doing, right? Mark, right? So everybody is going to have different view. What the hell going on? People wanted to know what the hell is going on, because that was the problem. That is the problem.
Yeah, I was acting crazy, pointing out stupid arguments by flat earthers. That's crazy.
No, that's good. I agree with you, but also point on the other side. Don't just point against us, just show the other side. Also.
I am the first one that pointed out that TFE was a false binary and Duffy was a fucking demon. Okay?
Okay, you said it once, okay, maybe, and you said it once, and you said 100 times that we were, stupid, and one time that they were fucked up. Okay, that's okay, but it's not, you have to show more, that's the way I maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way.
And by the way, I don't say eagerly that I'm a leader. I'm definitely not the leader. I'm just reaching the most amount of people. I'm not keeping fucking score. I couldn't give a shit, right? I want to reach more people. Right?
Well, that's too bad. That's too bad that you don't give a shit, because that's the reality.
Well, no,
by doing this,
I reach, but the number doesn't matter. I want to reach more people. That's it.
That's okay, but by doing this, automatically you put yourself in a position where you become a prominent figure of filters. Well deserved. It's deserved, but then you have to act accordingly. This is responsibility. You're responsible. You have a big responsibility by showing yourself.
Going on any show, just saying complete and total garbage. It's unbelievable.
Hey, I'm back. Mark, I have my Sharpie out, and I can't figure out how to get in touch with you, but I actually really authentically was just like, yeah,
I'll connect you with him when we talk,
man.
brother.
Help me out. How do I get?
It's fine. Again, I know David's special. I
Oh,
get it.
fuck you, Mark.
No, dude.
Don't start that. Ira, don't buy into his bullshit. He's
David doesn't keep score.
his bullshit.
Come on, help me out, dude. I can't figure
No,
out how to
it's
get
fine. It's fine. No, seriously. My all my contact information is in the description box of every video I make. Literally, I am the easiest guy to find. I mean, everything's in there. Just my email, my phone number, my address, all that stuff.
Yeah, man. I'd love to just give you the you and Dave and Gene, Sam, Vikka. I want you guys to just come on my thing, and as an individual, tell us about yourselves and just talk. About it.
No. I'd be happy to. No, seriously.
I'll be on with Mark. I'm not a headliner. All right.
Anyways, thanks, guys. My phone's about to die, but I just want to make sure
that I'm calling my agent.
Thanks for having a sense of humor about it. I appreciate it, man.
No, it's cool. No, it's totally cool.
Cool, man. I'll get in touch with you soon. Okay.
Okay.
Later, Ira.
Totally.
All right, later, guys.
So, to the hey, I'd rather have him come in than that Matthew guy, right? Matthew.
Fucking Hakeem.
Seriously, that's like surviving like multiple drive-by shootings.
Dude, you gotta watch them. His debates are hysterical.
No, what I was gonna say was, oh hell, what the hell was I gonna say?
Yeah, right. After that,
shit,
fucking meltdown.
Shit. Sorry, I forgot. I lost it.
Dude, it's fine. Whatever.
No,
Anyway,
okay,
my phone's
man.
gonna die. It's good to see you all. And
yeah. Shoot me a thing. By the way, seriously, just shoot me an email. I will absolutely do it.
Thanks, man. All right.
It's fine. Oh, I'm sorry. I know what it was. Which was, look, I understand that if the bigger channel you have, like with anything, right, you're going to be under the microscope a lot more. I totally get that, and I've said on how many different things. I treat life like it's being recorded. I'm a little different in that I try to give, again, the benefit of the doubt to everybody when I can, because we've been doing this now for 10 years, and there's been a lot of good people doing good content. What's happening now, and again, you guys want to jump on our head, I understand, because what's happening now we've never seen before. This is uncharted territory for me and everybody else. I know you guys suspect a lot of stuff, and it's like, we warned you. It's like, yeah, but it never happened until now. And now it's like, okay, well, now we have to adjust. I mean, seriously, the stuff we've been dealing with in the last 3 months, and again, it's all this has happened in the last 3 months. It's pretty staggering. So I'm trying to do the best I can. I can't promise I won't make mistakes in the future, but at least now I'm much more jaded than I used to be, because now I got to look at everybody, which is why Dave and I, it's like, look, we've been circling the wagons as fast as we can, talking to everybody. It's like, are you okay? You good? You good? Trying to treat it like Invasion of the Body Snatchers and making sure nobody's going to sneak up on us. And I think for the most part, we're in front of it. So hopefully everything's good right now. Hopefully, but I wouldn't worry. I mean, I know you have concerns about division, but at the same time, I think what's happened at the beginning of this year has catalyzed this more than anything. Which is now everybody's in a dialogue before they didn't, because of concerns and channels like this. Hey, come on a channel and talk. Yeah, great, I will. Sorry. What happened? Did I miss something?
Oh, we have a echo or Riku. Let's do a mic check.
So no, someone is on the YouTube watching the show.
Yeah, somebody's watching it on the YouTube. Do mute that, please.
It's not me.
Not me, man.
Mic check.
Mute, but there's nothing going on here.
I just came here. It's been a great show, and I came here as a spot holder.
Who's watching this
He's
on
talking too
YouTube?
much.
Is it Dave? Dave, are you watching it on, or you're seeing the chat? Because we are.
If I see somebody in the chat,
maybe it's Riku. It just came in. Maybe it's Riku.
It's Riku.
Riku, you need to mute your mic or mute whatever you're listening.
Now he's frozen.
Don't watch the YouTube channel at the same time.
Hey, I'm going to jump unless anyone has any more questions for me. Anything you want.
Burn in hell, Weiss.
Hey, thanks, Mark.
Oh crap! I thought that was muted.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
not a
This is the thing,
question.
Dave. The thing is, just you need to relax, bro. This is the thing. We all are going this to together. No one is right and no one is wrong. So,
Vikka,
right, things can get heated up. You know
Right.
how with it, it's like a jungle even on TikTok,
Vikka,
right?
I want
You know.
to point something out. From this TFA thing, I have more of a connection to it than you because I was invited. I was involved from the beginning because when they're inviting me. So I do have a slightly elevated perspective on it. The stuff that you were saying about it that I think is wrong, I never made a fucking hit piece and saying you're a bad guy ever. I never do. I don't do that. Right.
And when did I do it?
Show bad mouth.
When did I do it, Dave? But when did I do it a hit piece? When did I make a hit piece? Tell me.
On your
No,
show,
he's not saying
people are
that.
bad mouthing me left and right, and that's why I haven't been here in a while. Like turn it on. I'm
No,
like,
no,
oh,
no, no. It's not bad. No, Dave. We are just people are speaking about different things. I can
I get it. I get it.
control what other people or even my opinion on you was. I
Vikka,
was, yeah. I told you I respect you, bro. But I could be pissed about on you for something. I can be. I
yeah.
cannot just hide it, right? Maybe I was pissed, but I didn't make a hit piece. I just said what I felt wrong, what you were doing, because you were too blind to defend these people, and you are not seeing the rest of the community.
not
My
defending
opinion.
them. I was defending the fact that they were there and they were tricked. That's my opinion. Okay, they were there and they were tricked. Now, if you hold that as a possibility, then you can see that all of the stuff that I did and said was in support of flat Earth. It was in support of flat earthers. Right? It was not defending the fucking results or the claims or anything, but it's showing that like, hey, let's not make unnecessary false claims. It's fake, but we don't have to come up with a fake reason that it's fake. That's what I was doing.
All right, and for the people, it was looking like these people were attacking the AE map and your app, and you were defending. That's what it looked like from outside. Maybe it wasn't like this, according to you, but anyway, all good, bro. Dave.
All right. I'll see you later.
Righty.
Thanks.
So Mark, so this is the thing, right? So it's a one thing that these people have targeted you three, or it's a group thing of these same people. It's a group effort from Jiren, Patricia, and all these people.
Okay. And again, this is just my opinion in case this ever gets played in front of a jury, which it very well might. Now I have to treat everything not only as it recorded, but it could be played in front of a jury. Do I think that it's a group that, yeah, do I think there's a hierarchy? Yeah, you bet. This isn't your normal garden variety troll crap, meaning this isn't Professor Dave and Simon Dan and McKeegan, although McKeegan went down there. I think he's just a guy that got drug into it, or some of the others that are doing their stuff. This is something that took at least a year to execute. I don't know how long it took to plan. It took hundreds of thousands of dollars, which they seem to throw out without any, there wasn't even a question of if the money was going to happen. It was going to happen, which is also weird. Followed up by a documentary. And then you flip 8 people, 8 content creators, where beforehand you had basically nothing over 10 years, unless you count like Tiger Dan, which was a whole nother thing some years ago. But again, 99% retention rate, and all of a sudden you get major content creators to flip. Yeah, do I think it was an organized group? Yes. And do I think it was suspicious and a little bit more than a coincidence that 3 of them, and only 3 of them, were selling the same unsecured crypto, but 5 years ago? Yeah, I do. And they all left in the same weekend. Yeah, it seems a little fishy. And they were all backing Jiren, and went into Jiren's chat room right afterwards, like, yeah, Jiren, go team. It's like they're and sorry, one more thing, and you have to be old enough to know this. The fact that Jiren is apparently rolling out a new show called the WWF, which is ripping off from World Wrestling from years ago when Hulk Hogan became Hollywood Hogan. If you guys don't know anything about that, the script they are using is an old script, which was American wrestling ratings were falling, and so they decided it's like, hey, let's just take some of the good guys and make them bad guys. And so they took like 4 or 5 people and they dressed them in all in black, and Hulk Hogan became Hollywood Hogan. And for several years, these people were now the bad guys. They were the NWO, part of the WWF. And that's what I'm seeing here. So yes, do I think there's a group on, could it be a tank? You bet. Is there definitely an agency tied to it? You bet. Who knows? Maybe it was, again, tied to the SEC when they got nailed 5 years ago. And then they were just considered assets until they could activate them. And then Will Duffy comes along, who's got a laundry list of SEC violations, which is a coincidence. They make him not necessarily the ringleader, but he's the orchestrator briefly. Do I think McToon is higher than Duffy? Yeah, I do. I think they're all in on it. Sorry, McToon, Duffy, the big 4 in our circles, and then whoever else. Oh, and then Jonathan from Los Angeles, the filmmaker that went down there. Mark, the Candace Owens producer, he may have a role to play in this before it's over. As far as getting it finished. So yeah, do I think it was a big organized thing that happened? Yeah. Sorry, that's my little rant, but yeah, I think absolutely it was.
Since when do you think that?
What was that?
Since when did you start thinking
I did not think of it. Didn't even occur to me because, again, we haven't had to deal with this until the weekend that Patricia and Robbie and Paul on the plane left all in a row, because I was told this ahead of time that it was going to happen, and I didn't believe it. It was like Patricia and Robbie were going to leave. Patricia, I do my show on a Tuesday. I find out on Wednesday night that she's leaving, and so is Robbie. And then Friday morning, she's gone. Saturday, Robbie's gone. And then I think either Sunday or Monday, Paul leaves. And that's when, again, this is an old military saying, which is first time is happenstance, second time is coincidence, third time is enemy action. When all those things start, it's like, okay, what the hell, right? These are people, again, friends of mine that without Patricia, of course, being the most blatant, because she never even gave me a warning. She did episode 500 with me, and it was absolutely flawless. And then she just leaves without so much as a phone call. No, that's not how it works. It was the worst breakup letter ever. And yeah, that I did not even. Why would I suspect it? Why would I think that anyone had flipped? Nobody had flipped in a freaking decade. Why would I think that they flipped? So when they all flipped at the same time, it's like, okay, so we're actually doing this again.
Patricia actually disappeared. Patricia disappeared for a few years. She was with you. She was in with you.
Yeah. She was gone. But when she
didn't flip, so it's like a sort of kind of flipping.
Okay. All right. There is a question there, which is, and she's the only one I would say this of, and I've said this on other things, which is she got back in June of 24. So 9 months, give or take, right? She came back to Strange. Remember, she was never part of Strange World. She just called me up. It's like, hey, let's get the band back together. And it's like, I want to join Strange World. Okay, fantastic. Great. Why would I think anything different? She left the first time because of a bad breakup with Antonio Subirats, who used to do stuff back in the day before he died. And that went really big. Again, it's not a big secret. She had a bad breakup. He was saying some very unkind things about her, and she wanted him blacklisted from the community. And the community said, no, he makes some good content. And it's like, we're not going to take your word over his. And so she goes, screw you guys. I'm out of here. And she leaves. And
I wasn't there at the time because I'm a newcomer here. I'm just like Plateau Chef a couple of years.
Oh, okay.
But, I've been watching, all this. I've been, seeing, that woman and everything. And what the impression I have, I don't know if it's true, but I believe that woman did did damage you very much. I believe from the very beginning. I don't think it's an old. I think so. I might be wrong. I don't know because I don't know.
Well, again, all right. I try. Look, I give people the benefit of the doubt. My problem now is I can't defend her in that if she was faking it for the last 9 months, meaning if she only, which kind of would make sense, which is, remember, she was out. Robbie's was out. Paul was out. And all of a sudden, Paul reactivates his channel. There's 400 something flat Earth videos on his channel. There isn't a single globalist video on his channel, but there's a post. It's like, oh, it's absolutely not flat. It's like, there's 400 flat Earth videos in your channel. What are you doing, right?
Not to cut you out, but don't you think that this is an audition for their coming documentary? Because it's going to be Patricia, it's going to be Robbie, it's going to be Jiren. So it's also to get the fame, right? Is it quite apart from money?
Unless, well, again, if you're trying to, and I can't remember who said it before, but if you're trying to go after people, if you're trying to get people to flip, usually it's the carrot and the stick. You don't know, which one is the heavier. Sometimes if you have a lot of pressure points, well, then it's mostly stick. But you try to do the carrot, some sort of financial incentive as well. If they're not going to be able to do much in social media if they come out with a documentary necessarily, because there's going to be too many people pushing against them. I mean, if I was me, oh sure, they might be in the documentary, but I wouldn't ever run a YouTube channel again, because you're just going to constantly be deleting stuff in the comment section because there's so much hate coming your way. But sorry, real quick. Do I think the three of them might be in the documentary? Yes, one, because Robbie Davidson said as much, that he was trying to get into the documentary. Patricia says she's not going to be in it, but it's like, I don't know. I got a funny feeling they might bring her in there too. Maybe Paul, but with Paul, not many people remember him because he had been out for at least 4 years. So I don't think a lot of people would even remember him. But sorry, back to the original point, which was, I have a tough time defending Patricia, because if she was faking it for 9 months, could she have been faking it for 9 years? Because nobody knew that when she came back to Strange World, nobody thought, I mean, you guys may have, I suppose, but I never got an email about it saying that, oh yeah, isn't a little suspicious that she came back. It's like, why? People, she'd been out for 3 years. Why the hell not? Maybe she got over it finally. And sorry, he died. The boyfriend ended up dying. So I thought she'd come back, within like 6 months after he was dead. It's like, look, the guy that you had a grudge with, he died horribly. So why not come back? But she waited, and then but that would make sense. Again, if you have a group controlling you, which is you have to get back in before you get back out. Meaning, if she would have left, no one would have given a crap 9 months ago, 10 months ago. But going back into Strange World and then making it all the way up to episode 500 and leaving on a high note, and then saying, oh yeah, I'm leaving Flat Earth forever, and then turn around and come back into an anti-Flat Earth documentary, pretty clever.
In a way, she used you, right, Mark? In a way, she used you to take that second jump, right? For whatever is the purpose.
She
money,
did.
fame, whatever, right? So
yep, she did, and it was.
Let's welcome to our brother Vlad. Yeah, to the conversation.
Much appreciated, y'all. I'm good, man. Yo, panel, y'all are hot, man. Keep going. I don't want to interrupt. Keep going.
I haven't underestimated a woman in a long time. And in this case, I will say this. There are a lot of bad actors out there. You know the term, bad actors. The upcoming documentary, Robbie's not going to be able to do much in it. He's the bad actor. Paul, God bless that guy. I hope they give him a minimal amount of time, because he's actually a really nice guy. I think he just got roped into it because of Axiom. But Patricia was flawless. I have never seen it. I mean, remember, we did shows basically from June until 6 weeks ago, and I'd never, until the very end, there was only one moment, and I said this on a different thing, where she caught my interest, because she wrote me and she said, you really need to watch the Jiren SpaceX video and consider what he's saying. And I'm like, because Jiren was doing, it's like, oh yeah, SpaceX is absolutely proves the globe, and I'm going, why would you even ask me? It's the dumbest thing ever. Jiren's flipped. One, why are you watching it? Two, why are you asking me? And again, didn't even click that it's like, oh, she's on Team Jiren. Didn't even occur to me, except that when we made it to that episode, I was behind the scenes with my finger on the kill switch. And if she would have, because I was actually concerned that she actually might bring up the SpaceX video. And if she did, I would have knocked her off. But even then, she was still on the show. So it's like, all right, maybe she's just in a weird state. I wasn't sure. And then when she left on Friday, it's like, oh, okay, that's it. She's
She was
she,
playing good. She was playing good, Mark, because also here in the chat, she was saying, "Hey, we need to chill out. We don't have to distrust these people by
right.
just buying time, maybe."
Yeah, no, it was. There was a point. You guys don't know behind the scenes. I think Vlad. I think I told him she left for one episode. She and DJ talked her back in, which was she said, "I don't like. I'm leaving. I'm leaving the community because I don't like the way people are treating Jiren." And I'm going, all right, the female point of view. Okay, sure. Well, I get that. It's like, all right, fine, take a break, right? But she was only gone one episode, and we talked her back into coming. But I think again, if you believe in the higher how the thing was laid out, and if they were puppet strings, I think episode 500 6 weeks ago, now coming up on 7 weeks, was the drop dead date, which was you got to be out by this week. And again, I don't believe in coincidences. It was like she left on Friday, Robbie left on Saturday morning, and then Paul right after that. And I had to be reminded, it wasn't even my research. Somebody else messaged me. It's like, you remember the crypto thing those three were in, right? It's like, wait, is that channel still up? And it was still up. The Axiom Today channel on YouTube was still there. And we all of a sudden we start sharing it around on Facebook, and it was gone in 12 hours. It had been up since abandoned basically since 2021. And then the second we start looking at it, they pull it down. It's like, oh, wow, that doesn't look suspicious at all either, which will play wonderfully in front of a jury. So yes, she used me. It'll be betrayal. And if we go to court, that's what it'll turn into. Just so you guys know, it'll turn into a big drama case more than anything. It'll be Patricia versus Mark. That's what it'll turn into. Robbie and Paul will be minor players by comparison. Anyways, go ahead.
That's my question to you now is that with all that betrayal and everything we went through now, what do you think we should do now in the community in order for that not to ever happen again? What do you think? What would you do?
Well, you can't.
There's nothing we can do. If they're going to do something like that, they're going to do it. We just got to be aware and learn from this, I think.
Yeah. Well, again, look for. This is one of those things they can't do twice, which not identically anyway. Meaning we should have. Look, I'm going to take some of the blame here, which is I should have seen the signs when. And some of you guys did. I've dealt with other chat rooms. Of course, law of averages say, when Jiren made that comment back in the summer, where he said, "If I see the 24-hour sun when I get there, I'm going to reevaluate everything I think about this map." And I was going, well, he must be he's not articulating this right. He's not using the right phrases, right? He couldn't actually be meaning this. Again, that's just straight up denial on my part. Now, now I'm looking sideways at just about, which is why sideways is about everybody, which is why when this happened, phone calls and messages were firing off everywhere to everybody. It's like, okay, who's who? And are we sure that everybody that's making stuff, have you heard rumors, anything, any word on the street we were looking at seriously. And so you can't get away. This was like a one-shot deal. That being said, can you stop somebody from being bought? No, you can't, but you can't do it just out of the blue, which is why I get back to the Antarctica thing, which is Jiren doesn't flip without Antarctica. Doesn't matter what he sees. Doesn't matter. It makes no difference. He could have been down there blindfolded. It makes no difference. He had to be there in order to justify the flip. Meaning they told him, it's like, you're going to flip after you come back. The second your wheels have touched down in America, you're starting to make stuff in that direction. And so you can't so now we'd be suspicious of any event, which is, by the way,
Mark, adding to that, don't you think that this series is going to continue? That is why Jiren is going so hard and all these people coming out, and then the documentary, and then going to be more experiments. So,
well, yeah,
it's going to be a series.
Well, yeah, but you can't. It's going to be diminishing returns. You can't do the same thing over and over. Meaning,
no. They can do different things. They can attack us with different forms of attacks. The question is how do we defend ourselves now?
To be vigilant more than anything. But at the same time, don't volunteer. If you talk anyone that first off, if Duffy does any more things down in Antarctica, don't even bother going, and definitely don't. And I'm sorry for those people that want to do this. You know, some people's like, I just want to go down to Antarctica on my own dime and spend the $35,000 and go without Duffy and see what's happening. It's like, yeah, that's a nice idea and all, except that if there's cloud cover, you're going to hate yourself for going, because then it's just, you just burned, you know, you might as well just put the money on a driveway and set it on fire. Any other event that comes up, what, in hindsight, would I have talked Austin and Jiren and Lisbeth, had I known her very well, of going out of it? Yeah, probably. I would have said things like, don't go. Everybody tried, you know, and said, Jiren, don't go. Austin, don't go. But after a while, you know, it's like, you know, maybe I should go. What's the worst that could happen? Now everyone's going to be super skeptical of everything that happens along those lines, especially if it's not being done by our people. So version. Sorry, go ahead.
I apologize. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people were skeptical of those guys. Actually, not even think. I know everybody, especially in the chat right now, was skeptical of those guys prior to even touching down in Antarctica, warning them, saying, don't go. It's a waste of time. Everything else, yada, yada, yada. Yeah. Everybody heard all of that, right? Another thing, shout out Sea Lightning 300 asked a question, or rather he said, why is it that those guys all showed up, right? Ain't nobody over there got melanin like I do. None of them do. Right, white, pale, and like what's his name says, Austin says, you know, European, Anglo-Saxon, whatever, right? But you guys have a penchant oftentimes to go out in the sun, and then what happens? You get suntan, right?
Yeah,
right away, Monday.
All those guys, Sea Lightning 300 brings up a good point. None of those guys came back with that tan. All right, now I understand everything's hindsight, it's done. But I guess that's another point to take a look at, and that's something else to discuss. Maybe not right now, because we're
I got you.
on another topic. But all those guys, apparently they went, but none of them came back with that. You know what happens when you get snow blinded and everything else.
You get the raccoon eyes.
You get yes, you know what I'm talking about. So that's a really good point. That's something that these guys were talking about here in the chat earlier. And again, shout out to Sea Lightning 300 for bringing that up, because that's an easy one that we missed. And I guess if you live in the mountains and stuff like that, you may just overlook because you just see it so much. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, continue.
But to your point, Vlad, again, because people will say, you know, oh, you know, Austin should be condemned. It's like, look, Austin has not made an anti-flat Earth video. He hasn't. He has not been acting like Jiren until he does. And he was also not on Will Duffy's list, which is, I take that list very seriously, by the way, which was the 8 people that he listed during that debate with Nathan Thompson, right after, you know, they got back, and he outed 2 of them. You know, 2 people was like, we had no freaking idea. Everybody on that list seemed pretty good, you know, as far as that he was spot on. How would Duffy know that in advance? Don't know. Austin, to me, yes. Has he not been making any content? Yes. Could he be spooked right now? Possibly. Could he? I mean, I'm going to take his word for it. If there are personal issues he has going on, I'm not going to delve into them. Then that could absolutely distract. Personally, for me, because again, what you guys have said, certain people have a responsibility to at least make statements. I would spend the 2-3 minutes and post something. Doesn't have to be a video. Just post some text out there saying, "Hey, look, here's what I'm dealing with." Going silent doesn't help anybody, but at the same time, it's like, all right, I'm cutting them a little slack.
Show like some signs of life. I get it.
There you go.
And activity.
Absolutely.
Totally. And so go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. One more thing, which was Lisbeth. Don't know what's going on with her. I didn't know her that well to begin with. She came on Strange World. She only made a couple episodes. Then she gets hit by a car. And then she goes away. She's, you know, it's like, okay, I'm going to take a break for a while. Now she just vanished anyway. So it's like, okay, fine. So, but for me, it's like, if she wants to come back to Strange World, great. I'd welcome her back with open arms. I don't think she's going to be coming back anytime soon, but I hold out for hope. Anyway, sorry. There you go.
Mark, yeah. Mark, and another thing. Oh, go ahead, Gene. Go ahead, Gene.
Thanks, man. Do you think there's anything suspicious about her getting hit by a car?
I do. I absolutely do. I don't believe in coincidences. But for me, a coincidence is running into your neighbor at a grocery store. Everything else should be looked at with discerning eyes. which is
I only just heard about this just now.
Oh
I was
yeah,
wondering where she went. She's gone, obviously, but wow,
she was on the show, and
Oof.
then McToon went out of his way to say how disappointed he was in her that she went, because remember, he was down in the Antarctic with her, right? And she joined Strange World, and she was very enthusiastic. And look, I can only tell you what happened, which was on a I think it was on Saturday. She bought new microphones, new hot mics, and she did tests. It's like, yeah, everything looks great on her own. We didn't even tell her to buy new hot mics. And then 12 hours later, she's like, so I'm not going to be on Strange World for a while, and something, but the car wreck had happened before that sometime, and where she was broadsided, and all the airbags went off. And, wow, it's kind of lucky that you're not in a freaking hospital.
Yeah, especially getting hit on the side. That's rough.
As far as suspicious goes, look, we all know the stories. We watch the movies and television. They don't get them out of nowhere. Which is, if they want you gone, you'd be gone. If they want to scare you, there are certain ways to scare you, and that is
like smashing into your car.
Yeah,
and if that don't work, they'll get to your family. They'll talk
exactly.
about harming your family.
Exactly. And for me, I'm sorry, when I heard she was coming back, because I do believe, in our case with Flat Earth, and this is not me being delusional, it's like, look, they monitor a lot of our stuff. They do. They make changes very, very quickly depending on what we do compared to others in the truther community. And I think when they saw her, it's like, oh wow, she bought new new microphones for the show. Yeah, that girl can absolutely not take a hint. Send her a message, will you? Send her a text.
So Mark, one of the things that I know Maria Walker also said, things like airplane tickets, they didn't show that. And then other evidence is easy stuff, like super easy things, just easy stuff. If you went to California and somebody said you lied, you didn't go to California, first thing you're going to do, hey man, here's my ticket to California that I got. Here's the pictures that I took next to the freaking Golden Gate Bridge, stuff like that. Whatever. Anyway, but so that's another thing Maria Walker brought up. But aside from that, you brought up a good point in that she went out, and then what's his name, McToon says, hey, I'm really kind of stresses how he's really disappointed. So now what it looks like to me, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but to me, what it looks like is there was it looks like there may have been, and this is just me speculating, y'all. This is just me spitballing. Y'all can shoot it down, but there may have been some kind of deal that was drawn out. Like, look, this is what the plan is, right? Drawn out, signed out, and then guys had to bottom line it. You're going to go there, do whatever it is you do, make whatever your claims are, but you are not to do A, B, and C with Flat Earth people, Flat Earth community. Can't be going on their shows talking positively about it. And if you're going to go on to their show, maybe you have to talk negatively about it, right? Sure. And maybe what's her name? Lizbeth was part of that. And then with her going to your channel, and now she's, part of the staff and everything else, being on the show. Now it's sent up, freaking red flags for everybody else that went down to or claims they have gone down to Antarctica. And it's like, now we need to let her know you fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to shoot that down because of the way McToon said it. Where
that's what I'm talking about. Not
only was he disappointed, but then he started trying to drive a wedge, saying, Mark only wants you on there because you're a piece of pretty furniture. He doesn't respect you and all this stuff. But to your point, where could agreements have been made, not necessarily in writing with some of them, and I think the deals were different between the different people. Which was in hers, it could have been just some verbal thing, and to where when all of a sudden she joined Strange World, I can imagine that conversation behind the scenes. It's like, did you not talk to her? It's like, because she's on Strange World now. And and I also don't think, by the way, it's an accident. I thought that was a little strange that McToon did a live stream. He restreamed my last Strange World where I was talking about the cease and desist letter. He was restreaming it as we were doing it. It's like, that's odd. I didn't send you the cease and desist. How did you know I was going to do that? He hasn't restreamed Strange World on a regular basis, but he was doing that one, which meant it's like, okay, did he know in advance?
What was your reason, Mark, for
Vikka,
having Lisbeth as a co-host?
Oh, Vikka, you were a little bit fuzzy. Go ahead.
Vikka.
Yeah, you didn't hear the question?
No.
You guys heard me?
No, we hear you now. You sound good now. You sound good now.
Mic check.
You're good.
Alrighty. My question was, Mark, like, what was your reason for having Lisbeth as a co-host? Because with all the controversy with the whole TFE thing
Right.
and having her as like people questioning. So, what was your real reason for having her there? It's your right. It's your show,
Oh,
bro.
no.
Just like it was just a question because we had that question too. Yeah.
Well, sure. And I interviewed her before. I tried to interview everybody before they went down to Antarctica, and I think I got them all. I think I got Jiren and Austin and Lisbeth in separate interviews, and she seemed nice. I didn't know anything about her, only that she was part of a clubhouse group that had been going on for a while and seemed perfectly fine, And once she got rolling, once she opens up, my lord, that she can really, voice her opinions quite strongly. And I liked it. So she offered. I didn't reach out to her. She offered, and she's like, "Oh, sure. Hey, great. Fantastic." And it was, in fact, Patricia wasn't even gone 6 hours. And to where I they ran, DJ ran it by me, and it's like, "Yeah, wow, let's do it. Why the hell not?"
So Mark,
you have a waiting list of like girls like for your show, right?
No,
That's what
no,
you're saying.
No. I wish there was a waiting list. I always give female content creators the benefit of the doubt, because on the internet, you guys know it's tough. Women automatically just get hammered on when they're making any channel. I don't even care if it's flat Earth, but flat Earth women, I will always support their channel. If I hear about new flat Earth women making content, it's like, yeah,
absolutely.
I will throw good stuff your way.
And to kind of jump on that part, I mean, they could speak to flat Earth in a way in which, because it's man heavy, in which maybe there's a way in which we can't speak about it. I know we spoke about this over coffee the other day, you and I. Like I totally agree with that. So all you flat Earth ladies out there that have a voice, that are very boisterous, whatever your attitude is, man, come on out, and you need to speak on it. You know what I'm saying?
By the way, I got to chime in there for 1 second, which is, I've seen this in conferences and meetups for years, like the Vegas thing that we did a couple of years ago. I mean, there are a lot of women in the audience, right? And they're not here for me. They're not here for Austin. It's like, it's not a sexual thing. They're there. In fact, I asked them year after year. It's like, why are you here? Exactly. You group of women. And it's like, because flat Earth is a hopeful message. It's got an optimistic thing to it. It's not really a negative in any way. There's a lot of positive energy around it. Now, those same women, though, there's a big jump between them showing it at a meetup or a conference and making their own content, because then they're really putting themselves out there, which is why I gave credit to Patricia Steer or Karen B or Lisbeth, or I'm drawing a blank on some of the others. There's a bunch of other people, though, that make stuff. And whenever the new one comes online,
So I got a question for you, Mark. We just had Matt Hakeem. Shout out to Matt Hakeem. I like Matt Hakeem. I know a couple of y'all are upset with him for him coming on strong, but I mean, what a lot of folks in the community need to realize, whether you agree with how he approached it, whether you disagree, Matthew Hakeem, right? He comes here, and just like every other pure as we can figure it, right? He comes here and he tries to look at the earth the way it is, right? And just give the truth. And if he finds something, he discusses it. That's what I've seen from him so far. So I don't think that his approach to you with y'all's conversation, it was out of hate or malice. I think it's out of frustration. And a lot of these guys that you might find a couple of people in here talking bad to you, right? And you don't come off as a harsh type of person. They're voicing their opinions out of frustration. And this is also going to David Weiss as well. This is out of frustration because this is years and years, right, of nonsense that we have to fight. And then, when good, even though you may have your heart in the right place, certain actions that you may do, it appears as if, and that's all I'm going to say. You could fill in the blank. Y'all could fill in the blank. It just appears as if, and you may very well think you're innocent. And I mean, a lot of what you say could make sense, but then it appears as if. Same thing with Dirth, right? It appears as if. And so like he's getting mad, he's getting frustrated, but at the same time, something Sam said as well. When you have a big channel and a big platform, now you have to carry yourself accordingly. And
Right.
it's not like me, even me with I got a tiny ass channel. You know what I'm saying? I've got the best freak. I even named them. I call them the Foundry. And this is the foundation of what the channel is, right? But I've got a small channel compared to both of y'all, right? And even still, I had to change my approach. I had to change a lot of things, how I acted and how I spoke to people, even who I decided I wanted to do shows with. And so they feel the same thing about you, because everybody knows you in the community. David Weiss, everybody knows him in the community. So it's like, yo, y'all, like the path that you guys get to traverse is a lot more narrow. So it's like y'all need to act accordingly. It's like, because maybe everybody else ain't watching you, but we're the ones that are watching you. And when he says we're looking up to y'all, it's because you guys are the big wigs in the community, whether you want it or not. It is what it is, man. It just is what it is.
No, I got you.
And I'm here too for that.
Yeah, right. And so at that point, it's like definitely y'all need to act accordingly, because when you don't, then you look mad suspect, especially when you have so much to gain and we understand that you have a lot to lose. Y'all look very, very suspect. So when these guys come at y'all, and I understand you're human, and after a while the shit gets annoying, I get it, but everybody's pissed. Like everybody's even though we
can I add something to you?
People are hot.
Can I add something to you?
Utsab, Mr. Utsab, what's going on, man?
Yeah,
how you doing?
What's up, man? I want to add the same thing to you, like the same thing, and I want to like add one thing more. I might be the youngest one over here in Flat Earthers and connecting people.
I am.
Right. Good, dude.
Sorry.
But still, the people who are coming to Flat Earth realization, right, because of the videos posted by Generism or Witcher Edit or Antarctic, the whole documentaries or any other TikTok videos, people have a very narrow mindset. People are, conditioned by religion, the country where they live, or education system they got, right? Because they got a bachelor's degree or a master's degree. There's this flip side. So what can we do now? Because things have already begun. So there is an awakening process going on. A little bit of a curious person would go there, but there's a middle person where they don't go inside. They would just, layman term, just scroll down the pictures. How can we, as let's say truth seekers, be more specific on, let's say, this is what we want to ask you, this is what we want to show you, to those people? What would that be?
Well,
in your side?
I'm always been a believer in the basics. Obviously, I like boiling it down as much as I can. So the two big things, again, go with the things that get people into the community, which is one, you can't see the curve, and long distance photography will prove that all day long. Or again, read your audience, which is whoever you're talking to, whoever you're trying to put it out there, something that Jiren was into for years and years, which was you create the suspicion or the doubt, reasonable doubt in NASA and all the space programs, which is, okay, you believe the Americans went to the moon. Really? Why? Really? Here's some things. Here's a video you should watch. Here's a couple images you take a look up. You could do those fairly short, and at least that way you're not wasting your time. Because if you run into somebody, again, that's a huge believer in the space program, you're not going to go anywhere. You're not going to be able to. That's going to take a long time and multiple.
That's a tough nut. The NASA fans are tough, man.
The NASA fans are they're I've seen it. The light in their eyes. They still think that Artemis is a thing and that we're going to Mars.
You know what, Mark? Even the ones who don't understand, like, Parker Space Probe.
Yeah.
And, they're just looking at shit from the Hubble going, no, you're wrong. They don't even have to be that deep, bro.
The satellite, the NASA satellite, this is stucking in and the rotate, the animation thing.
Yeah.
There was one brother saying me, look, you're wrong. There's the video right there. You can't see the
Right.
Yeah.
That's what we're up against, though.
Yo,
So
that's what we're up against.
I mean,
So
but
we got our hands full.
coming down. What I wanted to make sure was I didn't express well the dumbed down generation. Let's say there is a whole generation getting dumbed down out of the common sense. People like us, let's say Vikka, you, me, Zine, we have a basic understanding, or let's say we will just scroll down a little bit and say, okay, wait, let me think about it. Let me just have this intuition come over. But there are people that are conditionally dumbed down.
Yeah.
You get my point? So
Yeah.
how would we,
Yes.
because about
be even dumber? Meaning give them
Play stupider.
stuff that's so simple. Keep your responses brief. As much as I love the advanced stuff that we've been putting out there for the last 5-6 years, the advanced stuff does not get in the masses. The masses, they're the ones that believed that the people, that were stuck in space for 9 months
Exactly.
and landed in that CGI water shot with the dolphins. That's absolutely real.
And dolphin dance about it. Dolphin just dance.
I mean, but there were a number of people, but people are suckers for the truth, though. I mean, the Tesla Roadster in space, as much as it grabbed people's attention back in the day, it didn't age well. People still, we pointed it out pretty quickly. So just whatever you're hitting with it, make sure it's I guess why I've been doing shorts recently, because I've been told, hey, you gotta do stuff under 60 seconds for the kids. Do whatever it is, make it very easy to understand. Don't go into the complex stuff. You don't have to. Go into the basics, the curvature formula, or not even the curvature formula, just long distance photography, or the space program sucks, or here's something wrong with the moon, or hey, look at these stars.
Laser tests.
Yeah, laser tests. Laser tests are good.
One. Yeah.
And one more thing to add, just before we continue, Mark, don't you think it would be better for us for everybody, for the general in the community, that there should be a consensus? How do you say, the majority?
Yeah.
What is it? How's the exact word?
Consensus.
Go ahead.
Consensus.
Right.
Yeah. So
you're good, bro.
A consensus of whatever the community is doing, in a way, on a big level, on a big project, on a big platform. There should be consensus of, the people agree that person doing that representation for the community. Don't you think it's time now to do that, than to just pick anybody from anywhere and people just supporting? It's been quite a while. What do you think?
We will be paying a lot more attention to it. Again, we're in uncharted territory now. So like the rest of this year, I'm going to be kind of focused on, okay, one, is Will Duffy going to be doing anything else? It's like, okay, we're going to do a trip every such and such. It's like, really, who you taking? Because I can't imagine anyone who goes now
he's not going to go again.
Yeah, I mean, not after what the hell happened. I mean, you can't trust it at all. So it's like, okay, fine, pick some nobody off the street and see what happens. But as far as big projects or big tests, a consensus, it's going to be a little tricky. But as long as everyone's bouncing stuff off each other, at least we'll get an informal consensus of what people think. Again, with the TFE thing, we didn't give it that much credibility. So it's like, again, the famous last words, what's the worst that could happen? Right? It's like, fine, send some people down there. It's a stupid test anyway. What could possibly go wrong? And then we find out later, it's like, oh, okay, so you guys are using this for something else, and now we have to deal with this for the next 6-8 months or however long it takes to beat it back down. By the way, Jiren won't be around forever. His channel's not really doing anything. But that little surprised me that they didn't pump up his channel afterwards. It's like, why didn't they give you 500,000 hits every time? Why didn't they give you?
Might look too obvious.
And and even then though, like Simon Dan and Professor Dave aren't endorsing him.
No, they can't. They can't.
We haven't heard a word from these guys.
He is damaged.
They all disappeared, and now all of a sudden, these little smaller people coming out of the woodwork. They got a new there's a new girl talking about a couple new girls talking about space.
Bro, people this is what I feel, and I could be wrong, I don't know, but I feel he's damaged goods because they saw the duplicity and his duplicitous nature from before. they see it now. You can't grow from that. Do you think those people are going to trust him? Those people at the Globe, you think they're going to trust him?
If they cheat one time, they're gonna cheat again, right? It's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
obvious.
exactly.
Yeah, oh, there
They're
are
gonna
some
double
people.
down.
There are some people
Yeah.
on the Globe side that kind of like on our side that think that this is all part of a publicity stunt, kind of like the WWF,
Right.
and that eventually they're going to flip back. I've had people say, "Will you welcome them back?" If they come back and go, "They're not coming back.
No.
This isn't. I didn't mastermind this. They're
And just to
gone."
see, just to see this nonsense with the Joe Rogan BS, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
all that, like it stinks to high heaven, man. It's
Thank you for reminding me. By the way, I hope to God he doesn't go on Rogan because we will.
But
we-
there's the thing, they might.
They could
You know who
try.
They might.
You know, I just saw Elon Musk.
I think they
on
might,
Rogan.
brother. It's a.
Sorry, what was it? What was the thing about Elon?
I just recently saw Elon Musk on Joe Rogan. I think it was new, and the two of them. It's on my Facebook. I had to post it because the two of them are talking about Starman, right? And while they're talking, neither one of them can hold their laughing in. They were like giggling at themselves. And Elon Musk says, "Yeah, Starman's orbiting Mars right now, and he can't hold the laughter in, and it's really comical. Anybody on my Facebook might have seen that.
I'll have to watch
It was
it.
like, oh my God, look at what they're doing.
Yeah, it's the
Incredible.
narrative is bugging the crap out of me. I don't like the story, any of the storylines. It's a mess, and it's not, and it's distracting, and so we'll see what role
we
have
don't
to
know.
play in it.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the latest from his people that took the SpaceX flight, the SpaceX rocket launch over the poles.
Oh,
that
the poll
shit.
thing?
Did you see
Man,
that? Yeah,
I haven't
exactly.
really seen it
So they spent a lot of time, right? And this is why it's such a big deal, and people are so enraged. And that's funny because this is the first time I've used the word enraged in like 5 years. I shit you not. I never used that word, right? People are enraged because now they spent so much time in that capsule. They were like, "Oh, this is the South Pole. This is that." And so now what are we looking at? We're like, well, they just did the fucking TFE, right? And now this is going to lend credence to a fucking bullshit operation, whether we believe that they went down or not or whatever. Now it's going to lend credence to an absolute bullshit lie. And then people could connect the dots and be like, well, I heard of some people that went down to Antarctica and did this. So it makes sense.
And they proved it was a ball.
Oh, they proved it was a. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all they want to say. Flat Earthers went down to Antarctica and come back Globers. That's what you say.
Yeah, that will be the argument. What's not going to work in their favor, though, with the documentary, again, we will see what sort of distribution it gets. If it goes on streaming service before going to the film festivals, well, I'm going to call BS immediately because there's no way. It's like even Behind the Curve had to go to the film festivals, and nobody would do a Flat Earth thing that fast onto a streaming service. At least I don't think so. But to that point, the Antarctic thing, I've never seen the polar loop you were talking about. I've never seen anything in the truther community, any topic where they are reacting so quickly. I mean, almost instantaneously to stuff that we are doing. Again, not a coincidence. Really, you're going to do a polar orbit, which is never, by the way, supposedly never been done before.
Never been done. No.
It's like, what, really? It manned? You've never done a polar orbit since ever?
Ever.
Right. What's the reason for that, Mark? Why? What is the reason for that claim that we don't go around the poles? Why?
Oh, you mean like in planes or in anything? I mean, our reason or their reason?
No, their reason. Isn't it like dangerous?
With space, there is no reason. It's like why would you never do that? Right. I mean, by accident you should have done it.
Yep.
So, but no, and again, to make note of it when I read it, it's like, really? First time?
Gene is holding on to something. Gene, you want to say something so bad. What is it, man?
Well, I'm just not sure about it because I I heard about it, but I haven't seen it. I don't know the details. So they're saying in space, like what, how many miles is space? I don't want to like derail everything, but now I'm curious of like where Where are they claiming this? Because I thought they did an airplane around north to south or south to north already in the 40s. And they were like, we did it.
No, that was one of our things that we mentioned all sorts of times, which is like planes will supposedly fly east to west or west to east,
Right.
you know, and go over the North Pole, you know, in various, but as far as South Pole, they don't even
Never
go over the South Pole at
circumnavigating?
all. The what?
I thought they circumnavigated once
Yeah.
back in the 50s.
East to west, not
East to
north to
west,
south.
but not
Yeah,
north
to south,
In
I
fact,
thought.
there was a plane, and I remember it was like 2017. They were charging like 10 grand a person, and we had signed up for it. I think one of our guys had signed up for it, or at least one of our Globe Troll friends, and it was like a modified jumbo jet that was gonna go north to south, and then the last minute, there was a rug pull on it. The site goes down, and everybody lost their money.
Wow,
And nobody wants to
right.
talk about it. It's like, okay, there again, nothing suspicious about that at all. But
And apparently they went the polls at 17,500 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Still the same
Oh,
speed.
so they pulled an ISS?
Yeah.
Hey,
What
around the polls,
altitude?
that's what they said.
Yeah.
Was it 230 miles like the ISS?
Something like that. Yeah.
And by the way, why
I
would
think
they have-
slightly lower. I think they said slightly lower than their normal altitude, if I'm not mistaken.
So it's nowhere near satellites then, right? They had no.
Well, that was just it. Well, yeah, don't get me started on that crap, which is satellites. What anyone that brings up satellites, I bring up, which because they created the problem in their own movie, which was it Gravity? Was the
one with what's her name?
Sandra Bullock and George Clooney, who dies right in the beginning. Spoiler alert. The where the whole concept of Gravity, if I'm not mistaken, was that one satellite spun out of control, hit into another satellite because law of averages, you're going to run into, and then the whole sky
chain reaction.
This became like a big pinball game, and there was this wall of jagged metal flying through, and it hit one of the space shuttles. Well, it's like, wait, why hasn't that happened? Because once one satellite goes out of control, it is going to run into something eventually. No one ever talks about it. No one satellite ever has a problem ever. No, nothing gets hit by a meteor or a piece of space.
Apparently,
but Mark, they got one of them's the size of a football field, right? And then they got this space shuttle that catches up to it to 17,000 miles an hour. There's never any incident, so we're good, man.
Yeah,
They got that.
Yeah, you'd think, by the way, that there would be a speed issue. It's one thing catching up with your friend in a car, right? But at those speeds, really, nobody misjudges it by, I don't know, a couple hundred miles an hour. Any way at all.
They've never shown a
off by half an inch.
No.
Yeah,
with all that pressure. With all that pressure, you can't fuck with all that pressure at depth in water. You can't. You can never mess with that.
That's what I said. Dumb down generation. When you dumb down a whole generation to education, relation. Okay, 1,000 miles, you're good. 2,000,
right? And what a lot of people don't realize, there were like some major catastrophic events that happened in the submarine community, right? You had one that went down the Scorpion, and then you had another one that went down. Oh, geez, not the Kursk, but the Kursk is another one that went down in like 1999, 2000 time frame, right?
The Russian.
But you had another, right? But in like, I think it was 1969 and 1959, if I'm not mistaken, that these two subs went down, American subs, right? And this was like right on top of each other, one after the other. Submarine catastrophe. And these subs, this kind of like how SpaceX is getting launched. You know what I'm saying? And nobody's getting killed. Nobody's getting harmed. Nobody's losing their life. Not one person. Bullshit, dude. I call
no pollution too, bro. It's no pollution, no carbon dioxide, nothing.
No,
it's eco-friendly.
No, and all they have, you know, how many times we filmed every evolution of stuff that goes down on a submarine. Now, of course, a lot of it is classified and stuff, but that stuff that happens documented, right? But it's all documented, and you could go back and you can actually look at this stuff. This program has been around here for 66 years or so. 66 years, something like that, whatever.
Yeah.
Over almost 70 years. And not one time have they documented any of these shuttles going into space and doing what they do. Not one time have they documented these space shuttles linking up with each other. Not one time have they said, hey, we're going to dislodge and then we're going to come back to Earth and then film this whole fucking speedy ass trek. Meanwhile, I got a fucking pen. It's got a camera on it. I've got a cigarette lighter. It's got a camera on it. A watch, my glasses, a goddamn toupee. Everything's got cameras in them. But these guys, not one of them could document not a shred of this bullshit. But they want to give us the polar stuff. Go ahead.
Mark, do you think that trip there from south to north is somehow linked to the TFE thing?
Why not? I mean, it's a great reinforcement. Okay, do I believe it's a coincidence that for the first time ever they did a polar route, and then
4 months later,
right within a few months after the first time that anyone from the Flat Earth or the Globe Troll community went down to Antarctica? That's awfully convenient. It's something to put in, that you could, who knows, maybe you could even take a couple of those clips and throw it in the documentary, whatever it's going to be like.
Yeah,
by the way,
right.
the documentary,
we happen to have some of this too.
The documentary, yeah, even something like this, the documentary doesn't even officially exist. Will Duffy and McToon have said, oh no, there's not going to be a documentary. And then Jiren comes out a couple days ago. It's like, a documentary is going to be great. It's like, really? Are you guys even talking to each other?
Yeah,
because
man,
right now the communication lines aren't great.
No. And the other day,
Jonathan.
Go ahead, Vikka. My bad.
Just a question. Jonathan was on the list that is going to become a Glober.
Jonathan?
The guy was
no, and that's the part which kind of got me, because he was a last minute swap out for one, which was interesting, which was he like a week before the trip happened, one of the Globers backed out and they had to replace him with somebody because they had a minimum, I think, of 8 people for the price break or whatever it was. And so all of a sudden it's like, oh, a friend of Candace Owens' producer happens to be a camera guy out of Los Angeles. Let's bring him. Oh, hey, that's awfully great. But no, he was not on the list, which makes it perfect for the documentary, which I predict anyway. I'm going to go out. This is my bold prediction, is that the documentary will be Globers who hate Flat Earth and then Flat Earthers who have now flipped. And as a bonus, the other guy that flipped was the guy that filmed the whole thing. The documentary.
What's the big deal that Flat?
I think you're spot on. Also, that's what I've been saying. Is it one moment, Sam? That's what I've been saying on TikTok. Also, like because he was like a fishy a bit, because before he said he knew a lot about Flat Earth, then he wanted to collaborate, and that he was doing crazy stuff on TikTok. So right. I already said that he's gonna be one of the playing part.
Yeah,
he's gonna be also be turning on.
I'd never heard of him. His channel's very small, and then, but that's a great little hook, which is the documentary. You've seen this in various things where whoever's shooting the documentary now becomes, goes native and becomes part of whatever he's filming. And in this case, it's like, oh, I went into this, Flat Earth, open-minded guy, and by the time I was done, I completely, wanted to shut down the Flat Earth cult, blah blah blah. And it makes it seem more authentic, but again, we've been calling them out for a while now, so it should be fine. We've got everything date stamped. We'll be able to dig into this in 2 seconds. Plus, we've got a couple little tricks up our sleeve.
Mark, I got a question for you real fast, man. With all this stuff, as you seeing it transpire right now, do you have any things you wish you could have taken back, or do you got any regrets, or do you think some things could have turned out a little bit different, man? Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't usually have a lot of regrets, but in this case, I regret blocking Anthony Riley because he was in my Skype chat going, Jaren's flipped, Jaren's gone, keep your eye on Austin, blah blah blah, blah. And I was like, I think I blocked him. I was so frustrated. It's like, just shut up, get out of here. Right. Yeah. I don't want to listen to you anymore. The other, could I have done anything differently? Don't know. I mean, maybe I could have. All right, one thing I would have gone on record and said that there's something odd about this, and everybody should look at whoever goes down on this trip a little more skeptically. Meaning again, I shouldn't have if my only big regret is defending Jiren as long as I did, but that's my nature, which is like why would I condemn him? He seemed until he's again what my dad told me, until they flip, they haven't flipped. And it's like, yeah, well, in this case, I bet on the wrong horse and it cost me. But that was about it. Other than that, everything else, all the other stuff you and I talked about,
yeah.
over copy, I think I would have been fine with. Go ahead.
I just have a stupid question. How come we make such a big deal of, like, a guy flipping from the flat Earth to the globe when we have like about 200 billion people that flip from the globe to flat Earth?
Well, because our track record's so good. I mean, up until kind of like anything, like anybody, if you're keeping score, and you're pretty much batting 1,000. You're not missing on. You're hitting everything. Especially with the content creators, there was one guy, and I was so proud of telling people this during interviews. There's one guy in England who made content, and then he decided on his own to build his own map using a special graphics program, and he was trying to mold the continents based on mileage between cities, and he was trying to bend the map in a certain way, and he went freaking crazy. Something happened to him, and he just lost it. He couldn't do it anymore. He goes, I can't make it work. And then he just went off the freaking deep end. But the thing is, nobody knew his name other than his channel was called Tiger Dan 925, which was I think short for Daniel chapter 9 verse 25. But that was about it. So again, when the reason why it was such a big deal was because the people that left were so high profile, and hell, 3 of them were in the documentary, which is like, what? Are you kidding me? It just the odds were so against that sort of thing happening that's why it was a big deal. It was too high profile, too blatant. The timing, like kind of something that Marty Leeds said. He goes, it looked like for this sort of operation, there was a lot of planning on the front end, and then when they decided to go live, like anything that goes live, people are just panicking. It's like, oh, okay, we gotta. All right, she goes. Okay, he goes. Yeah, that guy too. He's gone. And it's like, get Jiren, start cranking out videos. Making everything go really, really, really fast and unnatural. And which is why everybody spotted it. Everybody's looking around, going, "Well, this isn't real. There's no way all these people could be doing this." And it's like, no, not naturally. They couldn't. Again, nobody had this moment where you're like, maybe. Oh crap! Hey, I gotta put you on mute for a second, okay? Sorry.
Sure.
We'll be right back after these messages. Yeah. So,
what's up, man? What's going on?
Hey, man. I'm good, man. I'm good. I just got back. Again, it's Sunday. From New York and stuff like that. So I got back. It was getting wild. It was getting wild in the motherfucker. It was like a zoo in here, man. Like y'all were going. It was like a battle royal from WWF 1983.
Wow,
you know what I'm saying?
Not normal. You have like two, different currents, different ideas within the movement, different.
Yeah.
So the thing is that we don't argue freely. The thing with everybody that have to understand, if people start like criticizing you, maybe they have good reasons. You have to check about why so many people just like turn on you. Maybe it's because of you. You have to check it out. So of course, this is the way I see it. But anyways, that's my opinion. But
So is there anything else I could answer for you guys before I do have to run here in a minute?
Okay, guys.
Anybody got a question I haven't thought about? So I haven't been looking in chat because chat will distract me if I try to stare at it at the same time. Is there? I could look.
No, only Brenda in the chat. Don't she doesn't want.
Wait, hang on. Awakened. By the way, who's Awakened Nemesis again?
Awakened Nemesis is he's like a walking freaking encyclopedia. He's on these channels from time to time. He's not a bad dude. He's a flat earther. But he has some sick questions though, man. Like, all
right. I'll look at his most recent. Mark, why do you not discuss the black sun in the sun and moon's charger?
Basically the North. Are you discussing the North at all? Why aren't you discussing the North? That's a question a lot of people in here have been asking too. They're like, Mark, why ain't you talking about the North? And so they feel suspicious of you because of that too. They're like, yo, you ain't saying nothing about the North. I'm just telling you what they're saying.
I like the North. I mean, I just don't focus on the North. You know, the whole magnetic center, Mount Meru. I think I've talked about. In fact, some of this conversation is coming back to me. I was a big fan of the book years ago, the Smoky God and that whole thing.
Yeah.
The water coming from you know the four paths of water out of the center. I like it. It's not one of my top 10 because a lot of people, it seems, a lot of people can't get their heads around it when I bring it up to them. You know, I focus again on the basics: gravity versus the vacuum of space, the moon eclipse shadow, long distance photography, the Van Allen belts, moon temperature, and so on and so on. So I mean, but no, I've got nothing against it. I think it's cool. Do I think it's very, very possible? Yes. And all right, I do mention one aspect of it, but I don't point at the mountain or the whole the black rock, as it were. Hopefully that's not where they got the name from, but you never know.
Right.
Which is there's only magnetic north. I was one of the first people to say this in the clues, which was Antarctica. If you talk to people, especially and there's people that you know, Antarctic, you know, military people that have said that they get questions from kids. It's like, what does the compass do in Antarctica? And the people are like, not much. And in fact, I had Australian military talking to me in 2015, and they, anonymously, of course, and they said, look, because there is no magnetic south. In fact, the compass only points north, and it's brilliant because the compass works. You know, people think that there's a strong north and a strong south, except that when you get south, the south should dominate, and it never does. But if you take the compass, you've seen this on many videos where you take the compass and you put a magnetic north in the center of a flat earth map and you run the compass around it, works great, works just like you think it would if it was a globe. And it's like, yeah, that's why nobody notices. It's a nice little trick. So yeah, I like the black mountain. I like the magnetic north. Don't ever think that I don't like it. And I even just because I don't talk about it on a regular basis, you know, I do have my regular stuff that I talk about.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Hey, guys,
And so now that
guys.
Shout out Lowry. Lowry's here.
I'm bummed I missed this one. We actually went early tonight.
God, who let him in here?
What's up, Larry?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, I'm so happy to see. Larry? I'm so happy to see Mark crossing over in all these circles.
Oh, that makes one of us.
Yeah, Gene had something before I stepped on his toes, though.
No, that's all good, man. You know, I think bro, there's so much to talk about with that concerns flat Earth. So, Mark, I don't blame you for sticking to your strong points, bro. And you know, you do talk about lots of other stuff. So that's kind of how I see it, man. You know, you can't, you know, be proficient guru on every single topic. So I'm like, that stuff personally, it doesn't bother me at all, man. We've been here 2 years, almost. Well, this is our third year. We're so busy, we didn't even celebrate our third year.
Oh no!
You know, which was like a month ago or so, or late February. You know, we skipped right over it. I don't even know if we mentioned it on the show. So that's what it's like, man. You can't cover everything, bro. You can't make everyone happy, and no good deed goes unpunished anyway.
Yeah, you can't. But at the same time, these guys are going to ask you hard questions to make you work harder. If you truly appreciate the flat Earth, you're going to work hard, and you're going to dig deep.
I will keep coming back.
Well, you know, they got to work hard too, because like Mark said, he covered this stuff, and they're saying, "Well, where's this? Where's that?" He's like, well, "Go check it out. We did this."
Yeah, and that's on us too, Gene. It's not just, it doesn't.
No. I should do alone, you know. I should do better, and I will come back here on a more regular basis, and I will see what I can. I'm never going to be able to. By the way, I'm looking at Awakened Nemesis. I'm never going to be able to satisfy that guy. He's
that dude. You know what I mean? Which is good. You know, you can't, bro. So don't fucking drive yourself, you know, around the block too many times for a couple people, man. I think you do great work, Mark.
Oh, I'm gonna steal that. That's a good quote. That's a city quote?
I'm from Brooklyn.
That's what it is. That's a Brooklyn quote. That's good. I like that.
Gene is the wisest here. Gene is our medicine man. He's the wisest.
So Mark, before you take off, bro, one more, a couple of quick few things. before you go, throw out some names out there right now that the people you think that is faith and still could be believed or trusted. Just few names out there.
People that I currently trust, or not, or don't trust.
Yeah, or have faith in. Yeah, or have faith in to do something for the community.
People that I've been talking to recently, like one, Steve Falconer. I like the work that he's done. I put a couple of things on his channel, even though it's tough to understand, because he covered the Antarctic stuff. He beat it in like 2 hours. He's like mentioning all the different Antarctic stations. And he's going, look, all they do is have to record sunrise and sunset, and if there's a 24-hour sun. And he goes, in the same latitude, none of them are matching up. He goes, they should be somewhat close to each other, depending, and there's like several that are next to each other. And he goes, look, that's a hole. Those are plot holes. I like what he's doing because again, it gets missed, but at the same time, I like his stuff. Phuket Word has always made good stuff that I like, that people I think is underrated. Had Joe Hanby on the on the Christian side of things. Joe Hanby's been doing good stuff. I mean, he eased a lot of people's minds when the Antarctic thing was hot, hotter than it is right now.
Tinfoil sombrero.
The what?
Don't forget tinfoil sombrero.
Of course, tinfoil sombrero. Of course.
Whatever, Mark. Whatever,
Sargent
man.
in his most fucking goddamn patronizing tone. No, they hot out there, man. You gotta show them some love.
No. Alex knows that I like him as much as I can for an acquaintance. Other than that, again, what I try to tell people, look, I say this at the end of every interview, which is I go, don't just look at my stuff. I go into Flat Earth and then just go down wherever the rabbit hole takes you, because you don't know what the censorship and shadow banning is gonna lead you anyway. But you'll find the authentic stuff that's out there. And look, I get surprised every month with people that send me content where it's like, oh wow, look at what this person's doing. Look what this person's doing. The short version, look, I don't know if it's still visible now, but people I sub to on my channel, I genuinely like. As far as Dark Horse picks, email me, and because I don't want, I'll miss people if I'm going to think about it on the spot. Email me and I'll shoot you some stuff. I will say this though, if I've reproduced the video on my channel, I really like it. Like little things like the Black Swan argument, which I did the narration for over the top of the original Black Swan, or I can't remember who shot me the original video. It could have been, I don't think Anthony Riley shot it because it was really shot in California, but love that. So lots of stuff out there, lots of people. I go to there's a great playlist. Sorry, I'll end with this. There's a great playlist on my channel called the Flather Short List for New People, and I try to rotate, the order of which I think people would get the most enjoyment out of it. And there's so much great content in there, and most of it has nothing to do with me. So,
hey, Mark.
Yeah,
I got one question.
I don't think so. What?
What? No, it's a yes or no. Did you see The Mechanical Realm?
The video or the channel?
The documentary.
Who made it?
Vikka.
Yes, they did. Send it to me.
You a
again,
lime monkey and your breath smell funky. You really seen that?
No, I did.
Come on, you gotta think through it.
Vikka's. I'm not slamming you, Vikka. I don't know what it is with your audio, but my God, you have some problems every once in a while.
Yeah, well, he's off grid, man, and they're having shitty weather in Spain.
You for real seen that movie, or you just saying some shit, man?
No. But it was a while ago, right? Mechanical Realm was a while ago.
Don't ask me. You the one that saw it.
This is the one about the device, right?
Yep.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute for me, but I saw it. It was the one they found in the ship. It was sunk in the ocean.
Yep.
Yeah. Answering questions from Mark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ask me. Okay. Well, all right. We'll just assume that I had watched it. Look, I watched a lot of stuff. What was the question? What was the question tied to it?
I just want to know what you thought of it.
Where is
Second
that?
thing.
We're talking about the mechanism. Is that what we're?
No, the documentary and what it brought to you. What were your thoughts?
You know
after
what?
seeing
I don't
the
have an opinion.
documentary?
I don't have an opinion because now I'm gonna have to go freaking watch it again just so I can think about how to answer it the next
All
time.
right. I appreciate an honest answer, bro.
Hey, man.
No,
I'll send you a link to the movie. I'll send
It's
you
the
a link.
Antikythera mechanism, right?
Is
Am I
that what it
saying
was
that right?
focusing on?
Yeah, it's an
Right, send me a
Am
link
I
to-
saying that right?
Yeah, no, you're saying it
Antikythera? Yeah, okay.
Antikythera.
Go ahead,
Bro,
Mark.
it took me 3 months to learn how to friggin' say it, bro. So,
Mark, what'd you say?
Well, no. It just took me like 3 years to figure out how to say azimuthal.
Yeah, that one's tough too.
That one's a tough one. All right. Anything else?
I know you got shit to do, man. We just hitting you up
Yeah.
with them questions, and we're gonna have more the next time.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, these people got more questions for you, bro. Just be ready,
we're
man.
gonna
You
talk
know
I
what
will
it
be
is.
ready.
man.
Just next time, just shoot me a thing. I will try to be around, and it's raining outside, so it's a good day for this anyway.
Yeah, Washington, get out of here, man.
I know, right? Oh, you're back, right? You're gone. You're back home.
Yeah, I'm back, man. I'm back. It was good, man, hanging out though. It was good. kicking it with you.
Yeah. By the way, thank you again. I had coffee in a place I had never had, right on the other side of the ferry with you. How cool was that?
And it was real nice to go back to Washington, man. I love going back there and just with the nice, warm, tepid air, man. I'm like, God damn, I miss it out here.
Small world that you were stationed for a while on the island that I'm on.
Yeah, that's right, man. It was amazing over there. I fucking miss Whidbey. And I
By
miss
the way,
Coopville, too.
do you know real quick? Sorry, movie trivia for you before I go. Are you old enough to remember the movie Officer and a Gentleman?
Meow, 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 meow.
I
Yeah.
got nowhere else to go.
There you go. There you go.
Mayonnaise.
That was shot up at Fort Casey on the north end of the island.
Really?
Yeah.
Fort Casey,
Yeah.
is it Fort Casey on the way? Is it on the way to Coopville from
Yes. Yep.
yeah,
It's right next to the Port Townsend ferry. All their drill training was done on the Fort Casey guns. So
snap, man. I fucking miss Whidbey. I ain't gonna lie, man. I miss it over there.
Yeah, it's
love Whidbey, man.
All right, guys. Well, thank you. If you can think of anything else, shoot me a thing. Vlad, please shoot me the thing to the mechanical realm. I will
Yes,
watch
sir.
it again.
Give me 20 minutes. It will be in your email.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Right. Much
Mark,
appreciated.
thanks a lot
man.
for bringing
Thanks,
everything
Mark.
you brought tonight, man.
Shout out,
Appreciate
bro.
it.
See ya.
Yep,
Lowry.
Whatever, man.
Yeah, whatever. Go to hell.
See ya.
Alex, sorry about that, man. Welcome, bro.
No worries.
Boy, people gonna be mad as hell in the chat. They're like, you over there fucking laughing with fucking Mark Sargent. That goddamn fucking chill. Fuck that motherfucker. The fuck you smiling about? Like, hey, chill, man. Chill.
Yeah.
No, but there's something I want to say, that you guys are like,
Nico.
you're very good people, because you know, you have patience, you have, like, you know, you respect people. That I tend to be like, you know, I see myself at war. You know, it's different. You know, I'm very demanding from people. You know, when you're at war, you just don't. But you know, that's good. That's good that you're like this. It's good that you take the time to talk and to, you know, respect people that, you know, can doubt on. You know, that's good. Good.
You know, there's nothing. I think we need both. We gotta have both. You can't be nice all the time, and there's different approaches, but you need all approaches. You know what I'm saying? You can't be nice all the time. Like I like to be nice. Yeah, I like to be nice. I like to be soft and stuff like that. But you need people to come and just ask direct questions and be a little bit rough, man. Like you need both. It can't be nice
without being like condemning them either, though. I think personally, you know, a question's a question, but when you're like, it's a little different, you know.
I will say this: like the one of the things that I wanted to make sure that Vlad met Mark when he was out in Seattle. I was like, when you get those chances,
thank you.
And make sure, like, whenever you're in a town with somebody, go and meet them in person. So like because we all have these online signatures, and we talk to each other through video screens. Like Vlad's been in my place, or my old place in New York, but it's like if you meet somebody in person, it gives you another dimension of like, you know, there's a real person, and they, you know, they're not trying to pull wool over your eyes, but you've met them at least, and you've got another step in the process of whether or not you trust them or not. And that's kind of like, I think when you're only, especially if you're just a keyboard warrior and you haven't even put your face to the topic, say you're just in chat and you've never shown your face at all, then it's really hard for us to give you any credit. But if you put your face on a screen, or you meet them in person even more, then that's where you earn your grade, because, hey, I put my face on it. I lost a lot of friends, just like I know a lot of people on here did. I lost a lot of family members over this topic, and we're still going out there and talking with our faces out there. Like, this is me, Vlad's been in my place, we've met all these people.
I throw my middle name in my shit just because exactly that. Hi, Lowry. Nice to meet you.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, Ira. Cheers, man.
Pleasure. Yeah. And good to see you again, Vlad. Yeah.
Hey, Ira, what's going on? IJR, man. I was looking at Ira James Rogers. I was like, I ain't saying all that. IJR. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
And I'm not disrespecting nobody.
Ira James is fine. Whatever.
Ira James? Where them chitlins at?
It works in music, it fits.
Dude, yo, Ira, Lowry, you guys are both musicians, he's a drummer, he's a guitar player, just so you know.
I'm like, Lowry, you play, dude, okay, I'm trying to write a freaking flat earth masterpiece, but in hardcore music.
Like hardcore as in like not metal, but hardcore as
like
in
Black Flag and shit.
Okay.
Like real, like not any of the fake
hardcore
metal crap.
You could get away with that pretty easy because like in a lot of that stuff, you really can't tell what people are saying, so to speak.
But we have lyric sheets. I mean,
I know.
All my
but
records you can. I don't know.
Totally, people would like it.
We should share it with each other. You should get in touch with me.
Yeah, you have like a thing.
I'm way too good at drums to not be doing this, dude.
Dude, he's awesome, and so's Lowry, bro.
I got a couple songs in 7.
I'm gonna send Ira. I'm gonna send you Lowry stuff, and Lowry, I'm gonna send you some Ira stuff, bro.
And Lowry, if
y'all see that, y'all see that? Look at God, man. That's how it works. That's how it works in the community, family. This is how you make things happen. Whether you on a panel or not. We know that there are interests outside of flat earth, obviously, but I mean, this is what community is all about, family. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works, man. Shout out to you, Gene Edited, man, making shit happen.
Yeah,
man.
make stuff happen.
Fuck yeah.
Thanks,
and imagine, and guys, imagine Vlad's doing the characters of all the flat earthers and all the lyrics. That would be amazing.
He hasn't done me yet. I'm waiting for his on me. He hasn't done me yet.
Man. Come on. Now it's your turn. Come on.
Oh, shit. Oh, it's hard to do Lowry, man, because it's like he's like, there's certain people that are like Marilyn Munster. If anybody's ever seen the Munsters, she's like the normal one almost. Meanwhile, everybody else is like their distinct flavor, like Eddie, Herman, Grandpa, Lillian. Everybody got their own thing where they're just weird, and then you got that one normal. But it's when a person's too normal, it's like it's hard. But like people like Flatsoid, where he speaks on the scriptures, yes, or people like Roger on his channel and stuff like that. It's kind of hard and stuff like that. Or Vikka. Sometimes it's hard for me too. Jin, where's Jin? You talk about the Monte Urbano map. It's all bullshit, man.
Oh, my favorite quote by Vikka. Quote by
Vikka. Continue.
He goes,
me, man. What do you got?
It's gonna be a bit, but I got Sam though. Sam's like, hey guys,
Sam is amazing.
You seen these guys chat? It's bullshit, man. It's bullshit. The whole thing is bullshit. But you guys, this is what they say in the Torah. Sometimes this is what it is,
bro.
Hey, maybe Hella's just over there.
So good.
It's over there, over the ice wall. Maybe Hell is just over there.
Yeah, all right.
Hey guys,
I got me on the spot.
Yeah, I just got off. We did a tinfoil early, so I've already been doing this for 2 hours. But you guys can keep making fun of me as I get off here. Ira, I'll look for Gene's contact for you, and we'll make some. I write songs in 7. I like waltzes too, so like you can do that sort of math rock shit. I love that shit.
I go hard. I listen to like Neurosis and shit, dude.
Oh,
I go
okay.
hard. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I'm pretty good at drums, man. You'll find out.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna send you both the contacts. That's what I'll do, and you guys figure it out from there. Nice, man. I love you guys. Yo, Larry, bro, I hope you're doing good, brother.
Hanging in there. Best we can do.
All right, man. Yo, I
Yeah.
love you guys. Tell
Yeah.
Nico I said hello, and
Yep.
I'm sorry I
Love you
missed you
back,
leaving,
family.
man. I wish we would have got together.
Yeah, no worries. We'll meet up again soon. I'll be lurking, guys. Cheers.
Absolutely,
Love you
bro.
back,
Yep.
See you
man.
Thanks for
soon,
passing
man.
by, dude.
Yeah, man.
Be
Peace.
good, bro.
Cheers.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah.
He's a
Larry
good
came
dude.
in
I
here
met
late as
Larry
hell,
twice,
man.
guys.
Yeah, Larry came in late as hell, man. He came in late. It's all
Yo,
good.
Vlad, you've been working on that, or you just got that, dude?
What you mean?
Those voices, bro. It's like,
Dog,
oh,
I
wow.
have no. Listen, I really don't know. I
Those
told you
David Weiss.
guys.
Yeah, hey,
Yeah.
Vlad, do David Weiss.
Hey guys, you know it's really fucked up. You know that? You know, because you're not stupid. It's stupid. You know what I'm saying?
What is that? What's that?
What's this? This right here.
Dave.
What's that? What's right here?
What's the time? 3:25.
You know?
I gotta send that to Dave. Yo, man, can you do my voice?
Huh? No, not yet, man. Not yet. If I
right.
got it, I got it. You know what
All
I'm
right,
saying?
nice.
Hey, where the fuck did that guy go? That fucking little shit.
Hey, man, his thing might have just broke off a little bit, man. Just give him some time. He'll be back.
Oh, dude, that's hysterical, bro. That's good, man.
I don't know. Yeah,
Wow.
honestly, I don't know what it is. It's when I get somebody, I just get it, and then I start playing around with it, and it pisses some people off. When I was in the service, I was
that's
on
comedy, man.
we were in my shop, and then there was this guy named I'm just gonna say his last name was Green. For everybody that's watching me now that was stationed with me in Hawaii, y'all know who Green is. Green would always be like, you know, he was always one of them wet blankets and shit, right? Good dude, but a wet blanket from time to time. He's like, he's Mr. Well, actually. He's like, you know, 2 + 2 is 4, right? He'd be like, well, actually, you know what I'm saying? Everything with Green was well, actually, and then and nobody said shit about well, actually. And then finally, I was like, well, actually, people would just pop me and shit like, you know, the ice cream truck is down the street, like, and I'd be like, well, actually, and I did it so much. Green, like, people started laughing, right? Green, what, like, somebody said some
Green
wall shit. They were like, yeah, man, hey, you gotta sign these fucking shits. And I'd be like, well, actually, and then fucking Green heard me in the other room, came right in. Who the fuck said, well, actually? And then everybody just pointed at me. I was like, dog, I'm sorry, man. I was like, don't get mad, dude. Please don't shoot me. Like, I'm fucking tired of it, man. I was like, all right, man, chill. I'm sorry, yo, chill. When people get mad like that, I'm like, okay, let me. But what it does is it gets people going even more, and then they start doing it. And I'm like, oh man, you know what I'm saying? I don't want people to hurt themselves. Yeah, it is.
6 people doing it, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like, all right. Let's leave Green alone. Let's leave him alone. All right, I'll stop. My bad. So I don't try to bully nobody, but yeah, I don't try to bully nobody, but you know, I just kind of poke at them. Some people love it when I do it. You know what I'm saying? And I wind up doing everybody, and then I make conversations with myself and shit like that. And some people, it just pisses some people off, man. But you know what it is, man.
Well,
it's just some silliness I be doing.
In context of this conversation, Vlad, do you know where a flat earther gets his water? It's from a well, actually.
Boom. Womp, 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 womp. I guess, yeah, man. Yeah, man. But yeah, it's all good. If we can't have fun in here, man, I mean, this flat earth thing is doomed. But
oh yeah.
Chat, please, I apologize. You know, I'm not trying to take us off the rails or anything like that. I understand we had something to discuss. But true. I mean,
But it's good to have a good laugh sometime, always serious research and serious topic, and right? So it's good to
that was a great break.
Release it. So that's nice.
It's good to chop it up.
You do a great job, bro. You do a great, amazing job. It's like,
man, when you don't have a life, it is so easy to do a good job at these things when you have no life. I'm telling you. All I do is work. You know what I'm saying? And I'm wherever I'm at, I'm by myself talking shit. And then it's like I entertain myself. So it's
talking
like,
different voices, Vlad. Do you answer yourself in different voices?
That's how you got to do it, man. That's how you got to do it. You like, you know what?
Were you able to do Mark Sargent or Jiren or Austin?
No, not yet. Those guys they're a little bit they're a little bit normal, except for Judas. Except for him, I could do him from time to time. Judas and Judasism from time to
Give
time.
it a try. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's but I don't. It don't. I gotta be inspired. Something needs to happen. From time it happens. It comes up in conversation and then I drop it.
You calling him Judasism is enough.
He knows who it is. I don't even want to say his name, but I don't want to. I don't want to stop me. It is what it is. Oh, by the way,
silver is his YouTube
by the way,
channel.
I got a question. Did you guys see Feed Your Mind TV? Are you guys familiar with him? This is Feed Your Mind.
Yeah, but I haven't seen anything lately personally.
Dude, have you seen his latest video on the final experiment and why the sun bends the way it does?
Nah. Feed Your Mind's good.
Yeah, he's real good, man.
I'm writing this on my hand. Feed Your Mind.tv.
Yeah, Feed Your Mind 2. Yeah, if you find him, Feed Your
How do you find him? What's his platform?
Can you send me that, Vlad, and then I'll send it to Ira.
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah,
that'd be cool, man.
And then he got mad bass in his voice. He's like, "This is Feed Your Mind." And so, remember Video Music Box back in the day on like them UHF channels and shit.
Oh yeah, kind of do, yeah.
Box, yeah, like channel 33 or some shit like that.
Kinda.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put it in a private chat right here. Like, this is a really, really good video on why the sun did what it did. And like, I don't want to spoil anything, but there it is right there. If you guys want to go ahead and drop it in the chat as well. Like,
bro,
that was really.
Could you send it to my phone? Because once I click off this, it all disappears.
Yeah, you got it. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna drop it in the I'm gonna drop it in the regular chat. It's in the private chat already. So regular chat, there it is right there. I just dropped it in there for y'all. That's from Feed Your Mind 2. Make sure you send him a shout out to. Tell him that Ironwork 92. Yo, he came to the channel the other day, man. He came on Friday. Bro. Yeah, he came to Flat Earth Friday, man, and he hung out with us. He was there. John Thor was there. Couple of them was in there, man. It was weird, man. A whole bunch of people. They ain't have shit to do, so they just showed up, said what's up, and then they left.
Cool.
John Thor's a serious artist, man. He's brilliant.
Yeah.
Like his mixtapes are like next level.
Speaking of mixtapes, y'all know DJ New Moon came out with some new stuff just recently. Shout out
beginning
to
of this video.
Yeah.
Yeah, we played it.
Vikka was playing it earlier.
So let's play another one. Then we can have a 2 minutes break, all right?
Yeah.
So shout out to.
I'm leaving for like a few minutes. I see that Matthew Hakim is having a live now. He's a little pissed off. I'm going to go pick it up.
Alrighty.
Space is fake. Space is fake. Earth is life, don't you know? Firmament above, where heavens glow. God is watching from high above. In the third heaven, filled with love. Space is fake. Space is fake. Space is fake. Space is fake.
shout out to DJ New Moon for that awesome track too.
Yeah, nice job, DJ. It came out great, bro.
Hell yeah, that shit rules.
Yeah, real
Oh yeah,
catchy.
Vlad has a couple of cameo in both of the videos, so awesome.
Yeah, man. I'm like shocked. I was like, hey, I'm in a music video. That's what's up. Shout out to DJ New Moon, man. Amazing stuff. But I left that in the private chat for y'all. Check out Feed Your Mind too. Right there, he talks on like a lot of what we discussed. But that sun and what the sun did, and it's some really crazy information.
I'd like to see that, man, for sure.
So yeah,
I mean, you think it's similar to what Dave Weiss was talking about, where his hypothesis is interesting, but like,
it is. It is, and I'm not saying that it doesn't hold any water or any weight, because I don't know.
Nah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't. But based off of what Feed Your Mind talks about, like I could see that. I could see that, because instantly, what's the first thing we said when we saw what's his name's view of the sun after for a few hours? You saw it going up, you saw it going down, you saw it going up, you saw it going down. Then you saw some things take place while it was doing that. So I don't want to spoil it. I really don't.
Yeah,
they discuss it on Feed Your Minds, what it's doing and why it could possibly be doing that. And I'm like, wow, this is something that maybe we need to discuss in the community, right?
That's what's up, man.
Maybe certain things happened that maybe we might not be privy to because. So I'm gonna leave it at that and let y'all figure it out and watch the rest. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to.
Cool. Yeah. No. Don't spoil it. I'm excited to watch it in the artist presentation. I appreciate your restraint there too, because oftentimes,
man. Spoiler alerts are the worst, bro. I call that out. I'm like, why did you tell me that? I wanted to see that. Now you ruined the movie. Thank you.
Yeah. A lot of times I'm known for that shit, so I'm like, let me
nice catch, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, man, no doubt.
Yeah, man. It's like, I mean, I just linked a music video I made. I had lyrics I wrote. I did vocals in a hardcore band called Conscripts, okay? And I wrote about I wrote lyrics in that album that I made with them about the hypothesis of an artificial sun and what you could do with that. Like literally like if I can remember the lyrics correctly, it was like 6 years ago, but it was like, this artificial sun, phantom scheme of slow. And it's like, I wrote lyrics about it, but like in other music videos, I was just always criticizing totalitarianism and exposing conspiracies. That was the coolest thing you could write songs about, I guess. And, but the thing is like, I remember in like people like the more metaphysical type were sharing a lot of patents about an artificial sun regarding that kind of thing, like something in which you could at least a sun simulator that you could effectuate in our literal reality, which our sight would see. And is it illusion magic? Is this glamour magic? That's the question. But still, so if you're using technology to assist the thing, then the thing remains insistent instead of a part of nature, because it would be, a totalitarian agenda using this to do what they're doing, which is the final confusion.
Yeah. Well, man, I think you should go ahead. You should put your stuff out there, man. And I know you mentioned it already, but to kind of segue what you're talking about we have Belladonna Nightshade in here. She's saying that she's afraid to create, right? Well, she's nervous and stuff. Not afraid, but she's nervous. Of course, the jitters and the jitterbugs. What do you guys, Vikka, Ira James, Gene, all y'all, what do y'all recommend for folks that want to produce something, like make a channel, like, what it is you guys have going on and stuff like that? What do you have for folks like Belladonna Nightshade? Belladonna Nightshade, I hope you listening, because they giving you some stuff right here.
Yeah.
If first thing off the top of my head would say it makes me think to go on channels like yours or this one, or get your feet wet with it, like, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. Go make make appointments and do lives with people and do that. Get like familiarize yourself. Get used to seeing yourself and hearing yourself. We did this for well over a year with no camera. We didn't put the camera on for over a year, bro. And then, you know, I said a few times, I'm like, Vikka, I'm not looking forward to doing the camera. I said it like, you know, every couple of months. And he's like, don't worry, we're getting there. Don't worry. And then we finally did it. And I was fucking nervous as all hell. And now it doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
I love it. It's fun. It's, you know.
And I'll make a suggestion for it too. Is you know, I've made a lot of music videos. I've made like 20 hardcore albums, and I've put out a 4-hour film on top of a 3-hour film 1 year later, 1 year prior, about how VIRUS don't exist, and you can only explain that in a film. Before that, it's like I have a ton of articles, and you know, I would suggest checking out, like, trying to start your own Substack page, because the more esoteric thoughts you have, you can retain your context. So just as much as you can post like 1080p films on there, you can also just like write out your chapters of your book. Like, just start with something. You can always come back and edit the draft, but then when you have an excellent multi-layered point to make, and you have it in a single shape, then you have effectively superseded the limitations brought onto you by social media. And the limitations of social media is why there's so much friendly fire going straight to our peers all the freaking time, where people are just punching left and right at each other, because they're not realizing, hey, there's not really an external enemy with the people who are just like, you know, trying to figure this out. You know, they're trying to figure it out too. It's and as I emphasize, it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be like make a mistake, but the mistakes aren't necessarily devastating as soon as you like sharpen your blade. But Substack is a way you can do it for yourself, instead of Facebook, where you're just doing it to family and friends who will immediately shoot your shit out of the sky in the comments section. So if you're looking for a small start, you can post images, videos, text, anything you want. And then that's a great start, because it will facilitate your ability to communicate in a philosophical manner with people, so that you can, without having to build your own website and pay $50 a month or whatever. So, yeah.
And Ira, they're asking for your Substack in the chat, bro. If you want to drop it in, that'd be great.
Yeah. I think I shared it in the share it in the YouTube chat.
Oh,
Drop
dude,
that shit again.
Yeah. Share everything you got, man.
Yeah.
Know where to find you, bro.
Proxy. Okay, so my Substack is called proxyearth.substack.com, and you can find my films for free, and then you can also find my albums, discography, everything I've done, my socials. You can get in touch with me, whatever, at my link tree. All that's there. So I got all that there. So I'm just saying, like, go to my Substack page, and on there, you guys will find. You guys see me? All right. Sorry, phone's like. So you go on there, and my film Vanishing Point is for people who are already in the Vikka chat, you already know the world's flat. So yeah, that's my unpacking of that in a way that's subtle enough to where if you have families and loved ones and whoever you want out there who are just sitting on the fence and they're confused, they're scratching their head, it makes this stuff a little easier to understand from an artistic point of view. It's an art film. So it's not so like hammer hitting documentary, like facts, like whatever, here's the end of the movie, fuck you, it's flat. It's like, this is more of like a subtle way to show you, hey, here's why they would lie about dinosaurs and nuclear weapons, and they would build you in a philosophy of nihilism. This is why they give you the globe and stuff like that. Like, it's the only way I could do that is to unpack it in a 4-hour, 3-part film with intermissions, because it's a shape. I'm just trying to retain context. So my recommendation for someone who has doubts is retain context. And you can do anything. You can literally shape the future in which you wish to see.
Pun intended.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, to kind of add on to that, you know, at the end of the day, like my channel, I got a small channel, you know what I'm saying? But I've got a quality core, you know what I'm saying? So basically, I guess my delivery attracts a type of people, and I'm fine with that. I don't have to have a bunch of people just to make my numbers make me look a certain way. Black Light is in the house, y'all. Family, welcome, Black Light. Black Light's good to see you, family. And so, like Black Light, right? I came across him in a particular way, and people just resonate with your message, and people just resonate with how you deliver things, right? Even if you listen to your own voice and you're like, I can't stand how I sound, other people, it's like music to their ears, right? Like every time I hear these guys talking on a panel and it's like some new shit, I'm like, oh snap. Or if like, say, Vikka sent me a link and I didn't see it and I hear his voice, I'm like, holy shit. It's like a good thing, right? It's good reactions and endorphins. So you will find your core, you will find your group of people that resonate with your message and your voice and everything that is Belladonna Nightshade. You know what I'm saying? So whatever it is you got, people gonna rock with it, and then you will have your channel. And you'll make it the way you feel you need to make it. There's no real recipe. You just add your stink to it.
And the other thing
and
is,
adding to that, we all are working on some projects and all this stuff. So yeah, it's gonna be synchronized, right? So that it works in a way that it's been done in a right way, that it reached to the right people, right? So it's all about timing too. So work on it. We all are working on different things together, that when it happens together, right? So yeah, so anyway, guys, I don't want to make it this episode really, really long. So yeah, for sure, we're gonna be having our private group call for our T group, right? So yeah, Vlad, maybe in a couple of days, same like the last time, around that time,
Yeah.
I'll schedule it, and we will see what we can do more to progress in that. And yeah, any last thoughts, guys? And we will start to wrap this up.
no, I'm just glad this is a platform and a plaza for people to be able to freely speak if they wish, and that's like, I'm glad for everybody who joined and said their piece on everything they said, whether it was right or wrong. I think that's the most important part, is just to facilitate open communication and allow people to think for themselves. Like anybody who's listening along, like if you already are on at least questioning the globe and beyond, you're far beyond most PhDs already. So our audiences are not stupid. And I have to reassure, that's the point I need to make to, like, we have to worry, don't worry about the small things of what's the community saying. It's like, don't worry about the lowest common denominator of it. Like these people who are high thinkers enough to at least question space, that takes a level of ego death that is very disciplined. So my thoughts is like, this is a very unique opportunity for people to like communicate in a philosophical manner that will change the outcome of these things. Like we all have it in common. Everybody who joined the panel today, I'm pretty sure, is opposed to a totalitarian new world order ruling over us. I'm pretty sure we all have that in common. And no matter who thinks who, like whether we think that, this guy's controlled opposition because he said this 6 years ago, it's like, well, maybe he just like blundered like a dude, like we all have. And we have to like learn how to facilitate the existence of a plaza. And that, I think, is exactly what Vikka is doing here with this channel. Is like you're allowing a plaza. You let 6 people talk in a chat at a time. It's massive. That's far more momentum than most people are willing to do, because some people might be philosophical, but they're not willing to talk like this. So
True story.
Yeah.
Good stuff, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. We're always all the input and addition, and if we don't say algorithm, because these sounds and these sound bites are algorithm, right? We are electrical beings, right? We receive in different frequency and different ways. So absolutely, somewhere, sometime, it's gonna open a new way for somebody, right? Maybe in the future. Absolutely, that's the whole idea. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Thank you, bro. Yeah.
That's just really fun. So thanks for letting me jump in and out. It's
Yeah,
great.
Vika, man, much appreciated, man. Thank you for letting me on. I know I was a little bit late, but shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. You guys are amazing. Shout out to the panel, of course, and those that were here before I even got on. But here's the thing, man. Like these guys, for everybody that whether you produce or don't produce, the panel is important, but the chat is very equally as important. Do not neglect those guys. They have very good information. You don't know what you're going to get out of the chat, but they ask honest questions, man. And some people might not be, good with the camera and stuff like that, so they're going to bring their stuff to the chat. So a lot of good information and a lot of good stuff is going to come out of the chat. So please make sure you pay it. And even I fall short myself. And so there it is, y'all. His joint on Substack, if y'all don't see it. But even though I fall short myself, like I gotta pay more attention to the chat. But Vika, shout out to you, man, for giving the chat an opportunity to voice their opinion and getting a hold of Mark. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not like we don't have that access to him and stuff like that. But I know people have good questions and some strong questions and some strong opinions too that need to be heard. You know what I'm saying? And they need to be voiced. Happy that we have this platform to do it on. So shout out to you and shout out to everybody else, man. I appreciate y'all having me, man. Thanks.
Yeah, but absolutely, thanks for being here, bro. As always, right? We bring what we can to the table. So absolutely, it's always a group effort, and to make it how much to what it is, and speak our heart, speak our mind, and try to analyze and find the way together, right, bro? And absolutely, as you say, the people in the chat, each and every one, absolutely, we appreciate you all for being here and sharing uh, all the comments and all this time with us. So that's also absolutely amazing. And all the people who was here on the panel too. So yep, together we try to figure it out where we are heading, right? So that's what it's all about. Absolutely, bro. Thanks. And yeah, we'll do that group call soon, so that progress on the T goes more smooth, brother.
Yeah.
Sure.
And anybody listening, here's my Substack. Screenshot this if you need, but there it is. I put it in the YouTube live, but chat or whatever. But go on there and have fun. Watch a lot of my stuff and read my stuff. Nuclear weapons are fake. Earth is flat. Like, we found out a lot of cool information. So this is a great way to teach this to other people without like the family arguments and people throwing food at each other. It's just a film, and also I make articles and stuff that completely unpack my claims. And, a lot of things also about the people who want to be creative and stuff. It's like, render yourselves in the power of suggestion. Like back when I was playing in hardcore bands and stuff, the thing that was cool about hardcore music and set it apart from the corporate music out there was like when you asked a musician in your favorite band any questions, they were always telling you about someone else's band. And there was a power community in that. And the same thing could be happened here. Like I'm always blasting off and stuff and telling people here in the Twin Cities, writing on dollar bills to my customers and stuff at the coffee shop, being like, hey, check out Vika's film, check out this Hibbler film, this band, check out my film, like check out these things that are really worth your time, because we're trying to get everybody on the same page with with at least the bare necessities they need to understand what's going on when these agendas play out. Flat Earth is the cure for these fucking psyops that are coming up. The psyops that are coming up is going to be more of these wizards clouds causing freaking hurricanes that'll flood Asheville again. Things like that. And then we're immune to things that are like, yeah, I'm sorry, nuclear weapons. Are they on toy sets or not? If nuclear weapons don't exist and something the size of a briefcase or a small car can't be dropped out of the back of a freaking airplane and indiscriminately wipe out life on Earth, then that actually matters, because that has to do with the hopefulness of your children, progeny that we pass on to the next generation. And if nuclear weapons don't exist, well, I'm sure big things do exist, and sure, but like
not the way they're saying it.
Make all
That's
war,
right.
all modern war is based on the presupposition that our government is going to a location to prevent some country from developing weapons of mass destruction when they never existed in the first place. So
we don't want this podcast to be flagged, Ira. I know this goes deep, so the hard words are gonna, so yeah, as long
Fair
as
enough.
we say it in courts, yeah. So that's the thing, bro. Absolutely, yeah. Do people check it out? Check out his stuff. He's shared his link. You guys have took the screenshot. Yeah, but as I said, we have to wrap this up. It's almost 4 hours, guys. So, Gene, last thought, bro.
Yeah, bro. I think it was a great show, man. I was a little heated here and there, but I think we covered a lot of good ground. Maybe ironed out a few wrinkles for everybody. This is going to unfold for a while. So try not don't bury yourself too far into it. It's going to unfold. So I don't know. I'm not too emotionally attached to it. I mean, I'm a flat earther. What happened down there? It doesn't. It's okay. Whatever they did, whatever. It's all going to come out. It doesn't come out in the wash. Comes out in the dry. So.
Good
Let it unfold. I'm still trying not to be too quick to call people things, and I don't know. I don't. So, and I'm okay with it. It doesn't bother me. I'm here to, I already touched on a lot of subjects that are directly related, and there's so many things that people are waking up to. So I'm confident we're on the side of the truth. And what else? I don't really need too much more, man, personally. And yeah, Vikka, thanks for the show, brother. I really appreciate it. Everybody in the chat, I had a great time. You guys are awesome tonight through all the commotion. You guys did a great job. I really appreciate you guys. You diesel.
man.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody who was here tonight, Ira, Vlad, Matthew, Mark, Lowry, Utsab, David, everybody who was here. If I missed anyone, I'm sorry. But no, I love being here. You guys are my family. I love you all. And like, settle down, man. We're here on the same side, So take it easy on everybody. If I don't agree with you on one particular item, there's probably 50 others that you're pretty close to being spot on with each other. So, don't let it get you too twisted, man. It's probably not worth it. There's always a little later on. Try to look a little further, not react so quick, maybe, I don't know. But
true story.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely, Gene. Absolutely, brother. Second that, and yeah, we have to look at good at things. It is all a lesson for all of us, for everybody. It's a lesson, right? For us to not just take things for granted and not just let things happen. Sometime, not doing anything is also being part of the deception, right? So this is what we have to understand and keep it as real and as transparent as it should be, so that doesn't create division and confusion. But yeah, that's what we all are here for, because it's a journey. It's a journey that it's a kind of a family, right? A collective, an association, or a community. If we all are there for the truth, we all need each other and this part of the family against this greatest lie. We are not facing anything just small and normal that is going to be easy, right? It's going to be one of the biggest tests, right? So we'll leave it to there, guys. I don't want to make it really long. Thanks, Vlad. Thanks, Gene, Ira, and everybody who joined us the panel today. Yep. We are going to be here next week. So see you all. Thanks for being here. Each and every one of you in the chat too. Love you all. Love you all on the panel. And see you guys soon next week on the Heliopsychosis podcast, guys.
Yes,
Bye,
sir.
everyone.
Peace,
Good night,
family.
everybody.
Peace. Love y'all. Love
There you
y'all.
go.
Peace.
Alrighty.
Step by step, as we climb through the noise, we will rise, voices strong, we will shine, love drive. We are breaking chains. We are igniting flames. I will stop in this multi fade. Focus up, shoot this hot, no good to locate. Round and round, we can see all this talk us spin. God is real, hear me now, let the truth begin. The earth is flat and I won't stop. In shadow band, this wild debate. We are awake this time, my friend. We are made by God. We are breaking chains. We are igniting flames. We are breaking chains. We are igniting flames. We are awake this time, my friend. We are made by God.